Okay.
We were placed on standby. So if that, as I said, that was a conversation within the room, probably that was their mindset or their thought pattern as to when it is pumped down, then we would be engaged again.
And ultimately, Mr. Johnson, you formed the view that your organization, yourself and your team present that in the early hours could not assist.
That's correct.
In entering the pipe.
That's correct.
And I see at by 5 o'clock in the morning, about 5 or so hours after your first call out, you were placed on standby offsite.
That's correct.
That means you returned to your base?
That means that we return to our base.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Thank you for your answers.
To wrap it up.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commission. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
First of all, thank you for spending some time with us today. You got to Paria at what time, remind us? Was it around 12:30 a.m.?
It was around 12:30.
Yes. And I'm quite interested in what you described as your dynamic rescue plan. I love the word dynamic. Could you explain what that means for us?
So as I indicated, the dynamic...
Let me make it quite clear. No trick questions here. Simple, I just want to...
The dynamic risk assessment is done on the spot.
Yes.
Right? So we would have a risk assessment that governs us for a particular job.
Yes.
But during the time of the incident, there are changes that take place. So we need to modify the risk assessment on the spot. So we look at the situation and we tweak our response in a safe manner to suit that situation.
I appreciate that so much. Now, you got to the actual site of the accident at around, I understand, 2:30, some 2 hours after your first arrival at Paria.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And before you got to the site, you were amongst Paria personnel and personalities. Is that correct? At their office?
At the command center.
At the command center. And of course, you, being a professional, wanted to get as much information as you possibly could.
Yes.
Yes? So that, as you just told us, the dynamic rescue plan will be determined by changing circumstances, correct? Yes. You observed, of course, so that there'll be no uncertainty. There was written information on a whiteboard in that room.
Not where I was located, sir.
They didn't show you a whiteboard with step-by-step what happened or anything
like that? The only whiteboard I saw was with a diagram on it.
With a diagram?
Yes.
Was it brought to your attention that from earlier in the day, Paria's view was that the likelihood of survival was limited?
No.
No. Was that of interest to you?
Of course it was of interest to me.
As I say, no trick question. So, yeah. And you appreciate, as a professional who we respect, that when divers go missing underwater, there's a high level of urgency that is required to rescue them.
I can't speak to divers and rescue, sir, because I do not have that competence.
Thank you so much. So your company was called for what purpose? Confined space rescue. Right. So when you got there, you did not have the expertise, as you are telling us now, to ascertain the urgency that may be required for divers underwater in perilous conditions. Is that what you're telling us?
Come with that question again?
Certainly. When you got there, yes, you did not have the expertise, as you just told us, to determine even the urgency that may be required to rescue divers who may have found themselves in grave difficulty underwater.
Okay, so I'm going to repeat myself. As I indicated,
yes,
I was told it was a confined space rescue.
Yes.
Divers in the pipe and divers in the water was not a conversation. Right?
So you did not, I beg your pardon. Do finish.
After which, yes, I arrived, we were given a diagram on the board, indicated that the divers were in the pipe.
Yes.
Right? No water was discussed. Right?
Yeah.
So if we have divers in a pipe, a dry pipe, it's a confined space rescue.
Thank you so much. So nobody at Paria even gave you an inkling let's get this clear that there was water in the pipe, correct?
Right.
They didn't give you an inkling of information that there may have been oil in the pipe.
I knew there were oil in the pipe.
Who did you learn that
It's a
from?
riser.
I didn't ask you that. From whom did you learn that there was oil in the pipe?
No one.
Thank you. So as far as you are concerned, the information that you were fettered with was that men were in a pipe, as far as you're concerned, without water and possibly some oil. Correct?
Correct.
Yes. And you were to use that information to come up with a dynamic rescue plan.
No.
Huh?
No.
Well, a
The
dynamic
information
assessment,
that I would use to come up with my dynamic rescue plan
right?
would be the information that I am seeing in front of me,
Oh, beautiful.
not the information that they are giving me.
Thank you.
Right.
I could understand
All
why you
I
didn't
would-
trust what they had to tell you. I could understand that. You have to make your own assessment.
Correct.
So by 2:35, you were first on the site, correct?
That's correct.
You went into the water.
No, I did not.
You went into the pipe.
No, I did not.
So you got other information?
From the visual camera, if you read the
No.
statement,
So you hear
from
live
the
evidence.
visual camera, the
Yes.
ROV,
Yes.
I would have seen that there were water in the pipe.
Beautiful.
That is where I draw my conclusion.
And your conclusion was that there was water in the pipe.
Correct.
What else?
Something stuck in the pipe.
Something. You didn't
Yes.
know what it was.
Yes, I knew what it was.
What was it?
A breathing air bottle.
Not a welded piece of metal that could not be
A
removed.
breathing air bottle, sir. That's what I saw from the camera
Right.
footage.
And as far as you know, breathing air bottles can be mobile. You could push it and it will move in water.
Okay.
Not okay. I'm asking you, the expert.
Oh,
You were called in.
no, I'm not the diving expert, sir.
No, not dive in. You're the man who had to make assessment
For
to come up with a
confined space
rescue plan.
rescue.
Yes, of course.
Just a moment,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Sir.
if when you were first called, which I understand to be shortly before midnight,
Yes.
between the Friday and the Saturday morning, yes? If you had been told by the person who called you, look, Mr. Johnson, we have a pipe filled with water and hydrocarbons in which 4 men are stuck. We have no idea whereabouts in this pipe, but they're underwater or hydrocarbons. Are you able to assist? What would your response to that inquiry have been?
No.
Thank you. So you wouldn't have been there at all
Correct.
if you'd been told what the position was from the beginning, would you?
Correct.
Right. So it really doesn't matter that once you got there and having then discovered that that was the position, whatever contribution you could make was going to be virtually zero.
Zero.
Thank you very much. Is there really anything more that we can extract from this witness, Mr. Ramadan?
Just bear with me for a few moments. I shan't be long. So, in terms of you chose learning all that you did then, that you couldn't do a rescue, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And from your experience, from whatever source, you knew this accident occurred at what time?
When I got the call.
No, I didn't. I beg your pardon. I put it inelegantly. What time did you learn the accident to have occurred?
Minutes to 12 on Friday night.
So you had no idea that this thing
No,
occurred
I
around
was
3
on
o'clock?
work. I was on work practically whole day.
Yeah.
I left Enquiry and headed to Pointe-à-Pierre, in which on my way I got a call.
Of course, I know that's a serious journey. I appreciate that. What I'm asking you, whilst at Paria or on this site, did you learn as to what time the accident actually occurred?
I'm not asking the question. Yes, I did.
Oh, you want to play this way? Okay.
No.
Yeah.
I think there's a little misunderstanding between
The
the
first
two of you. Just Mr.
Yes.
Johnson.
Are you ready?
Were you ever told, Mr. Johnson, that this incident in which these men were trapped in the pipe occurred at about 2:30 that afternoon?
At the IC.
Right. So when you were at the IC, that's when you were told
Yes,
that.
yes.
So you didn't get to learn that until you arrived at the site.
That's correct.
Does that help, Mr. Ramadan?
So generous of you, sir. Now, with common sense, you appreciate when you learned that there would have been water in that pipe, that men would have needed oxygen, they would have needed air to survive, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Did you know whether they had viable tanks and how long? There are two parts of this question. Whether first you knew that they had viable tanks and how long at best those tanks would have lasted in terms of...
No.
No? At the time you got to the scene at 2:35, what was your view of the likelihood of survival of these men in this pipe since around 3 o'clock?
How could he possibly answer that question? He is not a dive expert. He has no idea how much air is in a tank, how long a person can live with a tank, how much air is in the pipe, if there is any air in it. None of this concerns him.
Well, that is the point. Why were you called?
Well, the fact...
Thank you very much.
I share your view, Mr. Ramadan. There was no need to call him at all.
Yeah.
But that we have managed to establish. Had he been told what the position was, he wouldn't have even gone. He would have joined the rest of the revelry, no doubt, for the carnival that was existing in the course of that week.
Yeah, you must have been too tired to have enjoyed it that day.
Oh, there was none. I'm told there was none. Yes,
there was none. Well, there you
we
go.
were all riven with COVID, right? All right.
Yeah.
Look, I don't
One
think we can
last
take this
question.
any further.
One last question.
Which is?
Yeah. Your company, of course, would have billed Paria by now, haven't they?
I do not know. I do not work accounts. I have no information as it relates to accounting.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions for Mr. Johnson? Could there be any other questions for Mr. Johnson? No, I suspect not. Thank you.
We don't have any.
No, right. Thank you. Mr. Johnson, for all the time that you've waited to give your evidence, that is it. All right. I'm very grateful for you attending, and you're free to go. Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you. Before the next witness is called, Mr. Ramadar, have you been brought up to speed with the objection to certain evidence being given to this commission by Mr. Peterson on behalf of Paria?
I have, in fact, been informed by my Ms. Boodhan that Paria is taking a position that the families ought not to be given any audience, whether in writing or
Correct,
so.
correct.
I find it shocking.
Well, just before how shocking you find it, can you just, are you in a position to be able to deal with that objection at this time?
I could
or do you want more time?
I think it would be better if we had a little bit more time.
All right, then
but I shan't, if it should inconvenience.
I will hear the application before we have our mid-morning break, please. I say I'll hear your response to the application before our mid-morning break. So you'll have to do two jobs at once, all right? And I'll also hear from Mr. Hossein Shah, who's indicated he also takes a position. So before the break, which will probably be in the course of the next 40 minutes or so, I will hear that application. All right, thank you. Our next witness then, please, is, I think, Mr. Anderson Gill. I got that right? Yes, thank you. He's a commercial diver with Hull Support Services, yes? I think he's here. Yes, Mr. Anderson Gill, the oath is going to be administered now, so please take the oath.
I, Anderson Gill,
solemnly swear
that
the evidence
the evidence
I shall give
to
this commission
in this case
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth. Okay.
Who's doing? Well, Mr. Gill, thank you very much for coming. I know you were inconvenienced on Friday, and so I apologize for that.
It's okay.
All right. Well, thank you anyway for coming this morning. I don't anticipate your evidence will take very long.
No.
Mr. Bissessar, who sits opposite you, is going to give a summary of your evidence. All right. So listen carefully to what he has to say, and then at the conclusion of that, you agree with it, we'll then be able to proceed. Mr. Maharaj will have a few questions for you, and then anybody else who might want to ask you something. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Bissessar. What page are we on?
Thank you. Page 2998. So the supplemental witness document. Mr. Anderson Gill was interviewed by counsel to the Commission, and on 17th November 2022, gave a witness statement to the Commission, which is at WB or SWB 2998. Chair, with your permission, I will actually read the witness statement. It's fairly brief.
All right.
I, Anderson Gill of Garanage Commercial Diver, say as follows. I am a commercial diver, and I was certified in 2008 by the Professional Diving Center in South Africa. In 2018, I received my certificate of diver medic from Institut National de Plongée Professionnelle in Marseille, France. I also received a first aid and commercial diver certification in 2018 from INPP, as well as certification as an approved HSE recognized IMCA surface supplied top-up diver, and he has exhibited copies of his certificates. These qualifications mean I am accredited as an internationally trained commercial diver, and I can dive with mixed gases, which is called saturation diving. There are about 19 commercial divers in Trinidad and Tobago who are similarly qualified, which allows us to dive for international oil and gas companies, particularly those which operate off the east coast of Trinidad. Generally, commercial diving relates to diving at depths in excess of 150 feet. I provide diving services to Hull Support Services Limited and other companies as an independent contractor. I've worked with Hull since 2008, and generally, I assist in relation to the inspection of and removal of debris from the seabed before a pipeline is installed. I also assist in maintenance and repair works on the pipelines and other confined space projects. I was not involved in the rescue of any of the divers following the incident on 25th February 2022. My only involvement was on, I believe, 6th and 7th March 2022, when I was retained by Hull as part of a team of commercial divers to detach the crane hook, which was then attached to the habitat, which was resting on the seabed approximately 50 feet below off Berth 6. The team comprised of Anthony Levet, Supervisor Emile Elijah, or Elegon, forgive me, Mario Waldron, Roger Rose, and myself. The dive was completed in about 15 minutes, and Emile Elegon actually did the dive to remove the crane hook from the habitat. This dive was based on a surface supply of air, which means that oxygen was generated on the vessel with an umbilical providing communication, lighting, and roof. I recall on Friday, 25th February 2022, at about 5 p.m. or so, I received a text message for divers for an emergency rescue. I was taking my children for swimming classes, so I could not respond. And Mr. Gill certifies that the facts stated in his witness statement are true and correct to the best of his knowledge, information, and belief. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Maharaj.
Mr. Gill, were you asked at any time by Paria to give any advice in respect of a rescue operation of men who were trapped in a pipeline?
No.
No. If you were asked by Paria to give such an opinion, would you have been prepared to consider giving such an opinion?
Yeah.
And based on your experience as a diver, would you have had any experience in either diving or giving opinions in respect of persons trapped in a pipeline?
No.
Or any person trapped underwater in a confined space?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I missed that. I was speaking to my colleague.
Yeah, the question was, he said no to the question of any person trapped underwater in a confined space. He never gave an opinion on that.
You didn't, or you wouldn't?
I didn't.
You didn't, right, thank you.
But notwithstanding the fact that you have not given an opinion in the past, would you consider yourself to be equipped with the knowledge as a diver to consider giving such an opinion depending on the circumstances?
If I had the right team, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And if you were asked on the Friday, the 25th of February last year, to give such an opinion, you would have obviously tried to get the team and give such an opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah. No further questions.
Yes. Does anybody else have any questions for Mr. Gill? Yes, Ms. Nairi Alfonso.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Gill.
Morning.
My name is Nairi Alfonso. I am the representative of the SWWTU. I just have a couple of questions to ask you. Following from my learned senior, Mr. Maharaj, have you, I see you have experience in maintenance and repair works on pipelines.
Yes.
Okay. Have you had the occasion, and I'm not talking about rescue, to yourself in the course of your duties go into a pipeline?
No.
Okay. Can you tell me, Mr. Gill, well, following from Mr. Maharaj's question as well, if you had the right equipment, if you had the right team, and you'd been able to put together a team of similarly qualified persons as yourself, would you consider entering into a pipe to conduct a rescue?
Once it could fit, yeah.
Once what?
Once it could fit.
Once you could fit?
Yeah.
Okay, and your fellow team members are not too big?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Thank you very much, Mr. Gill. Mr. Gill, just one last question from you. Do you recall, I understood that you could not yourself, received a text message on the Friday requesting, or text message requesting divers for an emergency rescue.
Mm-hmm.
You recall that in your witness statement, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Gill, you recall who that text message came from?
It's a group of divers. We have a group we just communicate.
You have like a WhatsApp group?
Yeah, WhatsApp group.
Okay, so there was an emergency amongst your brother divers.
That
the group,
divers trapping a pipeline and they're looking for divers.
So the group was reaching out to available divers who could assist.
Yeah.
But I know that you couldn't assist.
No.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Gill.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Welcome.
No, sir.
I want to ask you something which you haven't actually been asked to deal with up until now. But in water, a person weighs or appears to weigh rather less than they do on land.
Yeah.
Much to the pleasure of those of us who are a little overweight. But the fact is that that is true also of all obstacles in water.
Everything will have air, some kind of air in it, so we have like that.
And obviously, seawater is different from water in a lake because there's salt in seawater, which makes you more buoyant. All of us who swim know that you can swim perhaps a little further in seawater than you can in freshwater. Yes. Yeah. And so there are all kinds of factors which impact on your buoyancy in water.
Yeah, correct.
And that applies equally to the tanks that divers use for diving.
Yeah.
Scuba diving.
Scuba tanks, yeah.
I have one here. This one's full of air.
Yeah.
So it feels quite heavy, right? If there's any doubt, you can tell there's air in it.
Yeah, especially in it, yeah.
In water, picking this up out of it was quite heavy, as I say, but in water, depending on how much air is in it, it can find a point of buoyancy, can it not?
Yeah.
Sorry, thank you.
As the pressure goes down, the tank gets buoyant.
If this was in a pipe with air in it, fully filled tank, the likelihood is, let's deal with seawater, all right? Mm-hmm. Forget anything else. If that were in a pipe with seawater, would that sit, do you think, on the bottom of the pipe?
Yeah, it would.
It would, wouldn't it? Just lay on the bottom. Yeah. If it were empty or partially empty, it may find a point of buoyancy, might it
should
not?
start to
start afloat.
Yeah, because you know it's on your back and you're diving, you could tell your tank which 1,000 psi, it has come off your back. So you don't know what your gauge, you could feel the tank actually leaving your back, knowing you reach 1,000 psi. Automatically, if you're accustomed diving, you could know that.
All I'm trying to establish, or understand really, because my knowledge of diving is very limited and I've had to rely on everybody else, but there is a suggestion, you see, that one of these tanks was lodged in the pipe, stuck in the pipe. Now the pipe is 30 inches. This is 28. I'm trying to understand how it's possible for that tank to lodge itself in a pipe that's 30 inches in diameter in such a way that it could not be pushed.
What was pushing it?
Well, some sort of camera or ROV was pushing it along, you know, a crawler of some kind.
Probably the power of the crawler, how strong the force the crawler had to push it forward.
Right.
Probably.
So if it's filled with air, if that tank was filled with air and was laying on the bottom of the pipe, it would still be relatively heavy, wouldn't it? Even for a crawler to push it along.
I don't know. I don't know what is the crawler exactly to say, but the crawler couldn't crawl over it.
Well, yeah, I think that's a different question. I'm just trying to establish the evidence. Some evidence. We've had some evidence. You see that this tank was in some way lodged in the pipe, such that it couldn't be moved. And we know that the pipe inside was coated with a very slippery, slimy, oily surface that no doubt had been accumulated over years of the pipe having been containing oil.
Yeah, but answering that question without seeing the crawler or knowing what is the crawler would be almost difficult to know the ability of the crawler.
No, I follow that. It depends on the force of the crawler.
Yeah.
But in terms of a full, partially full, or empty tank, your understanding would be that if it was full, it's laying on the bottom of the pipe, and probably could be slid along.
Yeah.
If it were partially full, it might find a point of buoyancy.
Yeah.
And it might be at an angle.
It'd be lighter, yeah.
And if it was empty, it would be floating.
Not floating, but the buoyancy more.
Yeah, a point of buoyancy. I say
just
floating.
to the way you want to push it up, push it across.
It would be relatively easy.
Yeah.
I mean, touch it and it would move, wouldn't it? Yes. All right. Just for completeness' sake, this is a regulator. I've been calling them spiders because scuba divers have two more pipes that come out of this rather than just the two that we see on this one. There are 4 pipes. You get an additional one of these.
That's called a working regulator. Yeah.
Yes, another regulator. And then you get also another pipe that connects to your BCD, which you can then inflate. Yes, all right. So if this were in the pipe as well, either attached or unattached, presumably attached, that might, I suppose, provide some additional reason why it might get caught up on the inside somehow. All right. Yes, thank you very much. Does anyone else have any questions arising from that little exercise which I've taken upon myself?
Certainly, just one question.
Of course.
The chairman has put to you that if the tank was, I understood the question, if the tank was lying flat in the pipe. But if the tank was horizontal in the pipe, given the diameter of the pipe and the size of the tank, would you accept that it could become stuck in that position?
Stuck again depends on the force. It can never lodge because as I say, it's a slippery pipe. Every tank, even at this angle, and push here, the tank holds speed. And this way, like this inside the pipeline. It will never.
Can you just lay that tank flat in that hook for me, please? Not you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm having to do it as you command, Mr. I would have done the exercise myself, but for the fact that hoop is actually only 28 inches. And so it wouldn't be a fair exercise.
Right.
And it's not exactly round either. So, I mean, I think we can measure this, and you might want to consider put this on.
Yeah.
No, don't ask him to put on the spider.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be tanking on himself. Don't.
That creates a seal, and then you can breathe with it. Okay. So that would be how it looks. You should bear in mind there would be an additional pipe coming from the top and from the bottom.
Right. So I don't know if you're in a position to tell us, Mr. Gill, but with the additional apparatus connected to that tank, would it be fair to say that the distance between the base of the tank and the top of the apparatus is in the order of or exceeds 30 inches? Are you able to say?
No.
Okay. No further questions, Mr. Witness.
Well, we can measure it, Mr. Mutlu. Yeah, I think it'd be sensible to do that. But I think we also need to bear in mind that the images that we do have of the inside of it, Mr. Gill hasn't seen those. We have. The pipe isn't standing upright in the bottle isn't standing upright in the pipe. It is at a slight angle, as I recall it, in the pipe. So that's where I think we are. But I'm perfectly happy to have that measured and make whatever representations you wish about it. As I say, the spiders that scuba divers use, and Mr. Gill, I think you've confirmed this, has two additional pipes coming out of that breathing, the regulator that I've just connected.
Octopus and the BCD hose.
Yeah, like spider or octopus. Anyway, it has two additional pipes coming from it. All right. Thank you very much. Does anybody else have anything to ask? No. Mr. Wilson? No. All right. Thank you very much indeed. Okay. Mr. Maharaj, anything else? No. All right. Just before we call Mr. Donovan next, I'm asked for a 5-minute break, and we'll have a 5-minute break. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming, Mr. Gill. I'm glad it was short and sweet. Thank you. We'll rise for 5 minutes. Thank you. Ronnie, would you come join? Thank you. Mr. Dollar, I believe, is next. Is he not? Yes, thank you. How long do we anticipate Mr. Donovan to be?
In fact, a core part of the evidence of the ICT involved the opening of channels of communication, communicating with the families, the provision of psychological support and financial support in the form of, I believe it was groceries and a MasterCard. So that is evidence that the Commission has already heard. In considering that evidence and in applying it to the mandate, for example, in dealing with policies which may come out of, which may be recommended, or procedures which may be recommended by this Commission, and having regard to the evidence that has been heard thus far, which has thus far been considered to be relevant, clearly consideration must be given to the evidence of the families who were directly involved, who received or were involved in those deliberations. That evidence would be directly relevant to those matters. The Commission can't necessarily hear from one side and exclude the families entirely. That would be a quite unfair proposition. So that just to summarize, the position of the union is that, one, the evidence is helpful within the meaning of the rules. Two, the evidence is relevant. And in any event, the Commission is entitled to hear whatever evidence it deems fit, and it will ascribe whatever weight it considers necessary to that evidence. And unless there's anything else I can assist the Commission with, those are all respectful submissions.
Thank you very much. Most helpful. Mr. Ramadan.
First of all, let me congratulate my learned colleague for so clearly stating the authority and the responsibility of this Commission to allow such evidence. In fact, I want to suggest that to do otherwise will be to perpetuate the accident and the consequences of the accident. If one is to take the narrowest and illogical view that the accident ended on the 25th, going into the 26th and on the 27th and possibly onto the 28th of February, one would be missing the point altogether. Because this Commission is fully entitled to look at not just the causes, but the consequences of the accident. And if I may reference the terms of reference literally at 2, and if I will be permitted to read it to you, to make such findings, observations.
Just a moment.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Where are we?
At terms of reference of this Commission.
Right.
Yes.
1 and 2.
Yes, at 2.
Yes.
I shall read with your permission.
Yes.
To make such findings, observations, and recommendations arising out of its deliberations as may be deemed appropriate in relation, and I take you directly to 6, making any other recommendations that may be deemed necessary in the circumstances. So under your terms of reference, I fully endorse and adopt the arguments put forward by my learned friend, Mr. Shaw. And I am making the bigger point that we cannot have an accident or an incident without fully appreciating the consequences. And the consequences is not just on Paria. Indeed, the ultimate consequence would have been the loss of human life and the loss to her daughter, Aaliyah Henry, to her mother, Tia Supersad, to the wife of Faisal Kurban, the 2 sons of Faisal Kurban, and the daughter of Faisal Kurban. They have to live on with an injury that has been inflicted upon them, thankfully not physical, but yet worse than that, an emotional injury that they could never heal. One can only hope and pray that it could heal. So therefore, this is directly relevant to the accident and its consequences. And to suggest that it does not fall within the confines of the authority of this Commission would be to miss the point altogether. This is a commission not for the lawyers, not for the commissioners, not for the parias and the companies. This is a commission for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And if the people of Trinidad and Tobago need to hear who these men were, that their lives mattered, and their consequences on their families, and we've heard from Mr. Mushtaq that the lawyers stopped him from engaging in any meaningful remedy moving forward. And I want to say up front, and I know it's not this group of lawyers, there's another group of lawyers hired by Paria to deal with this. So this is directly relevant. This amounts to what the courts admit on a daily basis in our criminal proceedings and in other places, victim impact statements. And I am really surprised by my noble and generous friend, Mr. Peterson. Of course, I'm sure acting only under instructions, will take this position to not allow the country to know who these dead men were, what they represented, and more importantly, to suffocate the voices of those who are so powerless. And I want to thank all those who've assisted on this side representing the families, that they're powerless and they're victimized to hear this, because I've spoken, there are members of the family here today, Joseph Henry's family, and they are appalled to know that such a position could be taken. So in Mr. Nagesa's wife is also here, because they are interested in this. This is their commission. This is their inquiry, paid for by taxpayers' dollars. And if my friend, of course, Mr. Peterson will say, well, we have to go within the confines of the law and the remit of this commission, it is directly within terms of reference 2.6, because the accident and its consequences continue in the hearts and in the beings of those who are left behind, those who are intimately connected, the families and the wider relatives and the citizens of this country. Unless I could assist you any further. Thank you.
No, thank you very much.
No, sir.
Anyone else from the various teams who want to say anything before I return to Mr. Peterson after having asked Mr. Maharaj if he has anything? No? Mr. Maharaj, is there anything you want to say in response to the application made by Mr. Peterson?
Mr. Chairman, it would seem to me that the terms of reference permit the Commission to hear the representations of the family, and in particular, the terms of reference which says that the Commission may make any other recommendations that may be deemed necessary in the circumstances.
Yes.
It would seem to me that it would be abdication of the responsibility of the Commission not to allow the families of the deceased persons to say what they want to say on this occasion. That's all right.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Peterson, I invite you obviously to reply. Can I just say this, that in relation to the specific terms of reference this commission have been given, I made very clear, I think, on the very first day that it sat, when I, as the chairman, introduced the issues to the inquiry, that I did not regard myself in any event as being confined by them, but merely that they were the terms of reference, and if I considered it appropriate to view any other facts that might be of assistance in coming to the necessary conclusions in this inquiry, we would look at them. I raise that because I don't regard myself necessarily as bound by each and every clause and the wording of each and every clause. I regard that as the primary source of our responsibility. But if there were anything outside that that was necessary for the purposes of identifying issues that needed tackling and or recommendations that needed making, we would look at them. So I say that just so that you're aware that I wouldn't necessarily regard myself as being totally bound by it. All right?
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I was under the mistaken impression that the terms of reference is what grounds and guides and circumscribe the jurisdiction of the commission.
Grounds and guides, not circumscribes.
Well, we seem to respectfully have a different view on that, so I respect yours. The point is that the terms of reference, as counsel, let me put it first up front. As counsel, it's my duty to assist the commission not to exceed its terms of reference, if I am of that respectful view. So I have a duty to assist the commission. I don't have the liberty of some of the other counsel to make speeches about emotion and public and all of that. That may be fine, but the terms of reference as they stand, and my experience has been, and the law has supported me, that if after terms of reference have been issued and there's an occasion to widen them, to give wider jurisdiction, there is always amended terms that are issued. So I looked at the terms of reference when Mr. Chairman indicated last week the indication that where you were going with the family. And I consider all that, what some of the lawyers say about ventilating and all of that. I consider that. But then I also considered my duty as counsel. And when I married against the terms of reference, I came to the percolated view that I had to assist the commission because this commission is born out of Section 7 of the Act and the terms of reference, and it being out of the statute, it gives it its life and its jurisdiction circumscribed by the settled terms of reference from Her Excellency the President. And that is what informed my my assistance, what I consider to be an assistance to the commission today to object to that evidence has been outside the terms of reference. Let me also say, there is no intent by my client and by extension me to seek to stifle any voice. That is not the reason for this application or this objection. It is purely as a counsel in the commission to assist the commission. Mr. Ramadhan referred to another team of lawyers in some other proceedings. I understand, just aside, that there are pre-action protocol letters and all of that. So there's no stifling. There will be full ventilation of that elsewhere, I gather. But I'm not involved in that. Well, at least at this stage. I'm not, that is not a plug for reconsideration elsewhere. But the point is so that, so there's no intent to stifle anyone. It's just.
But do you accept that that actually is the effect of your application?
Well, so that's what we live by in courts every day, that we have to stand by the law and the consequences will flow therefrom.
But this isn't a court, is it? I mean,
no,
I appreciate we're governed by many of the rules of the court.
It's not a court.
But it is a public inquiry designed to bring out all of the issues for the public's consideration as well as our own. They should be entitled, shouldn't they, to hear all of the things that impact upon the ultimate decisions that we will need to make. I have in mind particularly, and of course nobody else has suggested that this evidence is evidence which might be given outside of the terms of reference. That was my suggestion, and I perhaps put it rather inelegantly when I suggested that we are not bound by the strictures of its terms. I mean by that the terms themselves give us a very wide latitude in its interpretation, so that when you look to, as has been pointed out to me both by Mr. Maharaj and Mr. Hossein Shah, that paragraph 2, little 6 of the terms make clear that we are to make such findings, observations, and recommendations arising out of these deliberations as may be deemed appropriate in relation specifically to making any other recommendations that might be deemed necessary in the circumstances. And one of the factors that we are engaged in is the level of communication between Paria and the families of those who are still in the pipe. And that, it seems to us, is a proper consideration.
I understood the temptation that Mr. Shah fell prey to when he ran to the recommendations in aid of his submission. The recommendations are usually born out of what the terms of reference gave jurisdiction to inquire into. Having executed the inquiry pursuant and in faithfulness to the terms, then out of that, recommendations are born. But one doesn't seek to pray the recommendations in aid of expanding the terms of reference. But so I don't know how much more time we can spend on it, but that's my respectful submission and guidance.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I will make my decision after we've had our break. I will probably reserve the reasons until tomorrow or a day later, but I'll make my decision today so that everyone knows what the position is. All right. Thank you very much. Can we have the next witness, Mr. Donovan, please?
Mr. Donovan, Mr. Antonio Donovan and Mr. Bissessa would do the summary.
See Mr. Hussain Shah's hand up. Can I help you?
Sorry, Chair. I didn't want to interrupt my friend, but there was one slight mischaracterization of my submissions by him. I did not merely rely on sub-rule 6. I relied on the mandate at 4A12 and 4B4
yes.
in making my submission.
I know you did. I have a note of it.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I just wanted that clarification. Thank you.
I took careful note of what you submitted, Mr. Hussain Shah. Thank you.
Grateful, Chair.
Right, Mr. Donovan, please. Yes. Just stand for a moment, would you, Mr. Donovan? Yes, that's all right.
I state your name,
Antonio Donovan,
solemnly swear
that
the evidence
I shall give
to this commission
to this commission
in this case
shall be the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, thank you for coming, Mr. Donovan. I think you were here once before.
No.
Were you not? Right. I know that certainly you asked to be put back to this week rather than last week because you were away. I'm happy to have accommodated you, not least because had you been here, the likelihood is you wouldn't have been called anyway. So I think it's just as well. So thank you for coming. What's going to happen now is this. Mr. Bissessar is going to read a summary of your evidence, all right? So listen carefully to that. If you agree that it's correct, you'll tell him so, and then Mr. Maharaj will have some questions for you. But before that happens, so between your summary and Mr. Maharaj asking you questions, we're going to take our normal morning break, 15 minutes or so. I know we had a short break, but that was for different reasons. All right, so we're going to do that. And then we'll resume again after that break, all right?
That's acceptable.
What I would like to think we might be able to achieve is to conclude your evidence, if we can, before the lunch and adjournment, even if it means eating into it for a little bit, all right? Let's see where we go anyway. All right, thank you very much. Mr. Bissessar.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Antonio Donovan was interviewed by the legal team to the Commission, and his witness statement dated 31st October 2022 is at witness bundle 2785. Chairman, rather than summarizing, it's a fairly short statement. I will actually read the content.
Yes, please, but can you just remind me again, please, the page number?
2785.
Volume.
That's volume 4 of the witness bundle. I, Antonio Donovan of Cascade Port of Spain, say as follows. I am an executive director at Offshore Technologies Solutions Limited, OTSL, with responsibility for its subsea services, including all diving and remotely operated vehicle ROV services. OTSL, which began to trade in May 2005, now operates from Sealot's Port of Spain, and its principal business is marine construction and diving. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, OTSL had about 60 permanent staff. OTSL does not presently have any contractual arrangements with Paria other than as a registered contractor. By a letter dated 20th August 2022, I provided a brief statement to the Commission in relation to the events which occurred on 25th February 2022. I now wish to amplify what I said in that letter, a copy of which is attached to ZD1. On that afternoon, meaning 25th February 2022, I received a telephone call from someone at Heritage asking whether OTSL had any divers working at Heritage. I cannot recall who called or the exact time, but I did say that OTSL did not have any divers at Heritage and all its divers were accounted for. Later that afternoon, I was contacted by OTSL's Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Ian Bertrand, who told me that Heritage wanted OTSL to provide diving support for missing divers. I told Mr. Bertrand that he should tell Heritage to immediately notify the Coast Guard. Between 5:30 p.m. and 6 p.m., there was a telephone conversation between me and Conan Bedo. I cannot recall if I called him or he called me. Conan was a commercial diver and he was at Paria's location. I recommended to Conan that a hyperbaric physician should be in attendance. I asked Conan whether he or Paria required any support, and he told me that they seemed to have had enough there. I told him that OTSL was arranging to come down to Berth 6 on Heritage's instructions. At about 7 p.m., I received a telephone call from George Vieira of EOG, who told me that Paria's Michael Wee was looking for a ROV, and I told him that I would contact Wee. I did, in fact, contact Michael Wee almost immediately after the call and described the appropriate equipment to go into the pipeline to look for the survivors. I explained that OTSL's ROV would not be fit for purpose based on the size of the ROV and the diameter of the pipeline. I also suggested to Wee that he call Anthony Vieira of Hummingbird Safety Systems Limited, HSSL, to provide them with its compact crawler system, as it would reach further than OTSL's ROV, which would have buoyancy issues and stir up debris in the pipeline, which would affect visibility. I subsequently telephoned and spoke to Anthony Vieira of HSSL, who confirmed that he had in fact spoken to Michael Wee. Later that night, Michael Wee telephoned me. He told me that he wanted me to speak to his incident team, and I agreed for him to put me on speakerphone. I was introduced to his team, but I cannot recall them now. They asked me what could have happened to the divers, and I believe what I said was that they encountered a Delta P incident. They did not appear to understand what a Delta P incident was, so I explained it, and in fact, after my explanation, I sent a video to Michael Wee showing a crab being sucked into a pipeline because of a Delta P incident, and another giving a detailed scientific explanation. I also explained in the telephone call that Delta P means that extreme volumes of water were forced upon you like being waterboarded, but with much larger volumes. I recall asking whether the pipeline was dry, meaning no liquid, and that someone from the incident team said that it was dry. I then said that this meant that the pipeline was under a pressure of approximately 2 atmospheres. One of the incident team members said, no, it is only 7 psi, but I explained that it was 7 psi at ambient, meaning at the surface, but not at minus 40 or 50 feet where the divers were. My teleconference lasted about 10 to 15 minutes, and I asked Michael Wee to call me if he needed more information. I did not speak to Michael Wee or anyone at Paria after this teleconference. A few days later, before the retrieval of the bodies, I was asked by OTSL's CEO, Mr. Bertrand, to join a telephone conversation he was having with Heritage. I did join, although I do not recall the exact date. It was me, Mr. Bertrand, and Mr. O.C. Fleming, Heritage's HSE lead, and several others whose names I do not recall. The purpose of the call was to discuss the possibility of doing a penetration dive into the pipeline to search for survivors. I advised of the safety issues as there was no way to confirm that the pipeline was totally equalized and flooded and free of the possibility of a Delta P event. I also discouraged the idea of drilling holes into the pipeline to search for the divers. This was Heritage's idea. And I also discouraged the idea of cutting the pipeline, as drilling holes and cutting the pipeline would not confirm that the pipeline was totally equalized and flooded and free of the possibility of a Delta P incident. The meeting ended and Heritage said it would get back to OTSL. They never got back to me, and I do not know whether they communicated with OTSL. I was a member of the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards Specification Committee for its revision of the 1997 standard for commercial diving and commercial diving training. This was in 2007 or so, for about a year. I made several contributions, and the committee devised a draft of voluntary standard, which, in my view, was consistent with international best practice that would serve the national interest. I recall that the draft standard did get to the public comment stage, but it was never implemented. Mr. Donovan certifies that the facts stated in his witness statement are true and correct to the best of his knowledge, information, and belief. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, thank you very much. What we'll do then is take our short break now. Okay. Maharaj, I'll consider the submissions have been made. I'll come back at 12:10 and make my ruling. As I say, I'll probably reserve reasons, but I'll do that at 12:10, please. So can you take a break now? I know you've been waiting all morning. I'm sorry about that, but the reassurance is that now you've been called, you will be finished. All right.
All right.
So we'll come back at 12:10, please. So take a break, and we'll see everyone then. Thank you.
All rise.
Need this. evidence. I have reviewed the evidence of Vanessa Cussie, Jamie Manadath Ali, Catherine Ali, Alaya Henry, Tia Gopal, and a statement that's said to be from the Kurban family. I would like that to be identified precisely who that is in due course. Our decision is that the evidence of Vanessa Cussie, Jamie Manadath Ali, and Catherine Ali, together with somebody who will be identified, I anticipate, from the Kurban family, are admissible and relevant to this inquiry. And as such, their evidence will be given in the manner in which I have described. The reasons for that decision will be given tomorrow morning. I reserve at the moment our decision in relation to Alaya Henry and Tia Gopal. They are respectively the daughter of Yusuf Henry and the mother of Alaya Henry. And in those circumstances, we will consider them a little further before making a final decision on the admissibility of their evidence. So that's the decision we've reached at the moment. As I say, reasons for the decision will be provided first thing tomorrow morning before we hear the evidence. I normally type it and hand it down to everybody who's interested, but I will. I may not have time to type it all up myself, and if not, it will come a little later in type form, but we'll see where we go. But I'll certainly give my reasons tomorrow morning, and I will decide, together with my co-commissioner, Mr. Wilson, as to whether or not to admit the evidence of Alaya and Henry and Tia Gopal in that same ruling. All right, that's where we are at the moment. So can we next have, please, back Mr. Donowa? Thank you. Yes, Mr. Maharaj.
Much obliged, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, you're still on oath, Mr. Donowa.
Yes.
And now Mr. Maharaj is going to ask you some questions.
Mr. Donowa, good day. I just want to ask you a few questions.
That's fine.
OTSL is a company which is engaged in and has been engaged in marine diving.
Correct.
And based on your statement, am I correct that up to midnight on Friday, the 25th of February, 2022, there was no specific request from Paria to OTSL to assist Paria in a rescue of divers from the pipeline?
As far as I to understand, we were on standby awaiting instructions.
Standby awaiting instruction.
Yes.
And that, and from Paria.
From Paria.
This is what I understand.
Yeah. And that on Saturday, the 26th of February at 5:30 a.m., OTSL was told by Paria that they were no longer required to be on standby.
I was told by my team that the vessel will be leaving the site.
I'm sorry?
I was told by my team that the vessel will be leaving the site. I was not told in those words.
Okay.
What you are saying.
Mr. Ian Bertrand is an officer of OTSL?
Yes, he's the CEO of the company.
Okay. Can I want to refer you to what he said in his witness statement at the supplemental witness bundle 2842 at paragraph 9. Somebody shoot him.
Thank you.
At paragraph 9, he says, at about 5:30 a.m., OTSL was told by Paria that OTSL, was no longer required to be on standby. These instructions came from Paria to Captain Mario Dyer, and as a result, the vessel left Berth 6 at Pointe-à-Pierre and proceeded to Heritage Base at Point 14, arriving there at about 7:20 a.m. You would accept that?
If that's his statement, I have to.
Yeah. Now, according to your statement at paragraphs 12 to 14, when Mr. Michael Y telephoned you about, as you stated there, Mr. Y didn't seem to understand what Delta P was.
That's correct.
And you had to explain it to him.
Yes. Maybe the terminology was something that he was not familiar with.
But you had explained that it was involved differential pressure.
Yes, I did.
Yes.
Can I ask you, say maybe the terminology was something he was not familiar with, but was he familiar with the concept?
That I can't answer because I just merely explained what I meant by Delta P.
Yes. Did he appear then to understand what you were saying?
One would consider that he was getting an understanding of what I was explaining. So I can't say yes, he understood, or no, he didn't. Maybe because in my statement, I told him I would send him some information to further explain what it was.
Right. Because obviously the expression Delta P might not be an expression that people have heard, and certainly it wasn't one I was familiar with until I became involved in this matter.
Yes.
The concept, however, was one that I was familiar with, just didn't understand it to be Delta P's. But if you're telling someone or seeking to educate someone on something like that, there's either an appearance that they understand what you're saying and have heard it before, or there is. Are you able to help us about that?
It's a bit challenging when someone's on the other end of a phone.
No, I suppose that.
Right. If it's a face-to-face discussion, you would see that facial expression that comes with that explanation. It's like.
Fair point.
Yeah.
Fair point. I understand what you're saying. So you're not able to say one way or the other whether he actually understood the concept or appeared to understand that concept before you were explaining it to him.
I would have to say yes to that.
Right.
But in my mind, him being in running a plant with tanks and so on, that there would be some concept of differential pressure, right? Rather than Delta P. In our environment in diving, Delta P, it's a clear understanding what that is,
I got you.
Okay, so let me take you to your statement at paragraph 12. You have it there?
Yes, I do.
They asked me what could have happened to the divers, and I believe what I said was that they encountered a Delta P incident. They did not appear to understand what a Delta P incident was. So I explained it, and in fact, after my explanation, you sent a video. And then you went on, and you gave that you also explained in the telephone call what it meant. And then you said at paragraph 14, I then said that this meant that the pipeline was under a pressure, and one of the incident member said something, and then you explained again.
Correct.
So would you not say, reflecting now on what happened, in that conversation, they didn't appear to understand what you were talking about, and you had to explain it?
I couldn't tell you that for certain.
Okay.
Right? I'm on a telephone call with someone, and that's difficult. So I can surely tell you that you have experienced Delta P, and you may not even know what it is. A water bottle on an aircraft coming down in for landing, and when you get there, it was like this, and when you've landed, it's like this. That's delta P, right? You've experienced it because I know you've been on an aircraft. I've seen you on one. But
and where was he going?
but the relevance of it, is I tried my best to explain what it is because I used a term, a loose term, that is a familiar term in our environment, right? It's a jargon, but it comes from physics, differential pressure, right? Delta P, as we call it, right? I did my best to explain what it is, but I don't know if anyone got it or didn't get it.
But I suppose if anyone is in an aeroplane and the door opens, they know that there's a delta P.
But that's delta P in the opposite direction.
Okay. At paragraph 19,
yes,
you said you advised of the safety issues as there was no way to confirm that the pipeline was totally equalized and flooded and free of the possibility of a delta P event. Well, I know you didn't have all the facts. So
correct.
this was an opinion that the best you could have given with what you had at the time.
Yes.
Well, we have in these proceedings an opinion on that from Incotech, from one Mr. Zaid Khan, President and CEO of Incotech, and that is at page 1534 of the supplemental core bundle. And I want to read it to you, and you'll tell me whether you can dispute that. Yeah. At page 1534, paragraph 4 and 5. I would wonder if have you got 1534, paragraph 4 and 5? No. No, it's a further letter, yeah.
Sorry, yes, you mean the further
Yes.
report that's been added to.
Yes, you were specifically asked.
Got it, yes, thank you.
And you have it before you, Mr. Donovan?
I can see it here.
Okay, you can see it, sorry. Prior to Mr. Christopher Boudram's rescue, the entire system stabilized and equalized itself at both ends of SL36, and thus allowed Mr. Boudram to negotiate the pipe without any disruptions as the system was static. This condition was the best opportunity to attempt a rescue, and then they talked about something else about the blank. Well, in the light of what this expert said, would you accept that or would you deny that?
Well, this is after the fact.
Yes.
But if this had to apply during the 25th, I would say that this does not apply, right? And I would go further to say that even after Mr. Boudram was able to negotiate and get out, based on his statement, so this is after he was deposed, there was no way to certainly know that the pipeline had no delta P. And there was some form of delta P that existed if there was a video that you presented to the public of them communicating in an environment that had air. So there is some form of delta P. We don't know what that delta P is.
But there can always be a form of delta P, but it may not be a delta P that will be so pressing to prevent persons from going back.
But there's no gauge to tell you what that is. There's no scientific way of telling you if there is or isn't.
So you are saying that in spite of Mr. Boudram coming out, and he is saying that the system stabilized and was static, you are disputing this opinion.
If he said it was stabilized and static, he was so frightful and probably so concerned at the time.
No.
Mr. Boudram or Mr. Zaid Khan?
Yeah.
Well, prior to Mr. Budram's rescue, right? Mr. Khan or the Incotech report is saying that it's stabilized. And I am saying no, there's no way for you to know if there's a delta P.
No, what Mr. Khan is saying, that the fact that Mr. Budram could have come out of the pipe, when he came out, and just before he came out, the system had stabilized, and that is why he could have come out of the pipe.
Oh, I see where you're going.
So he's giving an opinion in respect of what happened on that
on the individual. Okay,
Yes,
at that point in time, right, he was able to negotiate himself out.
Yes, it may be that you didn't understand.
Right.
What
Okay.
happened, Mr. Budram was able to come out of the pipe. He came out, and when he came out, the system stabilized.
Well, you're trying to tell me that the entire pipeline stabilized based on this report. Is that correct?
No, I am not an expert.
I know. I said based on the report.
Yes, based on the report.
I would say no.
You would say no.
Yeah, in my opinion.
In your opinion.
Yeah.
What are your qualifications, Mr. Donald?
I am not an engineer.
You're not an engineer.
But the only way for you to know that there's no delta P, right, is for you to gauge the pipeline and to know that it's now equalized on either side. During, and I'm going beyond the report, right, there's some form of air in the pipeline. Correct? At some juncture during the 25th to when the individuals were taken out the pipeline. Right? We know this for a fact. Now, paragraphs 4 and 5, based on the question you're asking me, right? For Mr. Budram, right? He may not have been subject to delta P in that area of the pipeline. But there's nothing to say that there was not delta P in any other area of the pipeline. Because if there's air, right, there is the potential for delta P.
Well, I don't know how much you know of how this incident happened. The delta P occurred in the hyperbaric chamber, which caused them to be sucked into the pipeline. And then according to this opinion, the fact that they were sucked into the pipeline during a delta P, right? And he was able to come out. And this opinion is saying that the fact that he was able to negotiate the pipe and come out, there was a static situation, it had stabilized, and you are saying you do not agree with that.
I don't agree with that.
But you would agree with me that you do not have the qualifications of an engineer.
That is correct.
That's okay. No further questions.
But you are a diver.
I have been running diving operations and doing risk assessments for diving operations for over 30 years.
Over 30 years?
Over 30 years. If you want to calculate man hours, it's enormous, right?
You know your onions.
Yes.
Yes, right. Can I ask you this? Referring to your paragraph 13, please. See there, you say, dealing with explaining on the telephone call delta P. First of all, can you recall when that telephone call was?
I believe it might have been around 7, roughly. I can't be.
I'm not going to hold you to the minute,
yeah,
but
but it
that's
was
your
somewhere in that time, because I was shocked at the time I was being called by Mr. Vera.
When you say shocked, what do you mean?
Well, it's after 6, so I'm assuming it was around 7. Right.
You used the word shocked. Why
well, I would not have expected a call from Mr. Vera in the afternoon when I'm not doing any work for his company.
You mean you were surprised rather than shocked?
Yes,
okay.
yeah.
Because of the timing of the call?
Yes, correct.
Right, okay.
Yes.
And you go on in that paragraph to say this. I recall asking whether the pipeline was dry, meaning no liquid, and that someone from the incident team said that it was dry. Do you see that?
Yeah, so I would like to correct. 13, when Mr. Wee and his team was speaking to me, it was around, it might have been closer to 10.
10 o'clock?
Yes.
So
because I had spoken to him around 7 or 7:30 thereabouts, and
Right.
told him if he needed me, he can call me at any time. I'm available.
Right. And that's all you said at 7 o'clock?
Right.
Ish, right?
Yes. When I spoke to Mr. Wee after Mr. Vera spoke to me.
Right. Let
Right.
me just get
Yes,
this right.
yes.
So around 7 o'clock, I'm going to write this, around 7 o'clock, spoke to Way.
Yeah.
And told him, call me if you need me.
Yes.
At 10 o'clock, 10 plus, yes? So at some time after 10 o'clock, would that be fair? That's when you had the call with Mr. Way and the team,
Yes.
yes?
Correct.
And that's when you were explaining Delta P and all of this stuff, yes?
Yes.
You sent them a video of a crowd being sucked into a
Yes.
little
I
hole.
sent that earlier so that he can share.
You'd sent that earlier.
Yeah. So he could have.
I've seen one like that where there's a piece of piping and there's like a little grill on the top of the pipe. This little crab is going along the top of the pipe, and the Delta P obviously exists, and literally the whole crab is sucked into the tiny mesh of this pipe.
Correct. It's actually what you seen there was something that was simulated. They cut a groove in a pipeline,
right,
and they had a crab walk by just to demonstrate this situation. This is an unfortunate situation that divers are exposed to working on the ships, working on drilling rigs. I mean,
it is one of the,
yeah.
it is the, arguably the singly most common cause of death in commercial diving.
Well, it's not the most common cause. It accounts for about quarter of the deaths in the diving industry.
Is it? Right.
Globally. And that was statistics not very recent, but I can give you that as an indication of what can happen.
Certainly a prevalent cause.
Yes.
And dangerous because it's unseen.
It is extremely unseen, yes.
Yeah. All right. So next I wanted to ask you about this, please, is if a Delta P event occurs, as it did in this case, there's no doubt about that now, such that it sucked tanks like this, which weigh quite a lot when they're full,
yes,
and everything else that was in that habitat into the pipe.
Correct.
Within, on the face of it, seconds. The force is obviously very considerable.
Yeah.
Nobody begin to estimate the kind of force that we're talking about, but very considerable, right?
Yeah.
And these men get sucked into this pipe. It then somehow stabilizes itself, because we know that, as a matter of fact, because the water that had come into the habitat has now subsided again. The pressure that's being applied to that habitat has, as it were, made it appear as if nothing had happened. Do you follow?
Yeah.
So we see this incident occurring in the sense that within a second or two, this suction is created. Everything goes blank. And then when somebody goes down a little while later into literally within minutes, is it back in the habitat? And it all looks like nothing's happened.
Yes.
So it stabilized itself quite quickly, or appeared to, right? We know that Mr. Boudram is in the pipe for probably the better half of 2.5 hours. And you've made the observation that he was breathing whatever air was in that pipe from air pockets that existed. And you say that the very fact that there was an air pocket existing in that pipe would lend support to the view that there might be a yet further Delta P event. Is that right?
That is correct, because there may have been other air pockets or volumes of air within the pipeline structure.
Right.
So if that pipeline had a different topography on the bottom, meaning that some parts were shallower than others, there may have been a large enough volume of air in that section of the pipeline to cause a Delta P.
Yeah, I follow. So, so there remained, in your mind at any rate, a potential for a second Delta P event.
Correct.
Would there have to be something to trigger it? Would something have to happen to the condition that as it was, stabilized as it had of its own motion, stabilizing itself? Would something have to happen to change that?
Yes, it's a 40. We can speculate, whatever. So, for, as an example,
I'm not asking you to speculate. The answer, if you can answer, please, first of all, the question: would something have to happen to change the condition that it was in for that secondary Delta P event to take place?
Yes.
Right. So, and one can now, you say, speculate. We could, I suppose, open the flange at one end. We might put stop the pressure on the habitat at the other end. Would those sorts of things might change the condition in the pipe?
Well, in this case, as further in my statement, it says drilling holes or cutting the pipeline.
Yeah.
If you had done any of that in any of those areas, you would have engaged the Delta P if there was air in that area.
Right.
No one knows if there was air or what the volume of air was in that section of the pipeline.
Right. Or indeed, what pressure the water, even if there wasn't air in that area, if there was water in that area, what pressure that water was under, if it was different to the pressure of the water at the bottom of the ocean.
Generally, that would have equalized, but it's the question of where there was air encapsulated or trapped in any segment of the pipeline.
What happens if I open the flange at one end?
If you open the flange at one end,
yes,
you would have started equalizing, but you would have had to start flooding the pipeline to remove to help move whatever air was in
just the act of opening it.
It would contribute to equalization.
Right. So it might create a secondary T.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't have recommended that as a good idea?
No. At Berth 5, I would have said yes.
What?
You can open the flange at Berth 5.
Because
it would help equalize the pipeline. It would take any air out of the pipeline.
Yeah, but you've got men in the pipe breathing it.
Yeah. Well, we didn't know that at the time.
No, we do now.
Well,
we know that when Mr. just a minute.
Yeah,
we know that Mr. Boudrum came out of the pipe and said he was breathing in an area in the pipe, and the others were in there.
Yeah.
Right.
So in that case, I would not remove anything.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's what I'm asking.
Yes.
Removing the flange at Berth 5 might have, if there was the potential for a second Delta P, might have actually triggered it.
Potentially.
In your mind, potentially. Yeah. I mean, all I'm asking really is, an event has to take place for the secondary Delta P, if there was one, to be triggered. It doesn't just happen of its own volition, does it?
Correct.
Right. So something has to happen, whether it's taking the flange off one end, boring holes in the pipe, or taking the pressure off the habitat. Any of those might have triggered it.
Correct.
Correct. That in your view.
Yes.
In your opinion. All right. So I understand that. When you were told, going back to paragraph 13, when you were told that by someone that the pipe was dry, what do you think of that? You see, it says, I recall asking whether the pipeline was dry, meaning no liquid, and that someone from the incident team said that it was dry. Was it your understanding, or were you being told at that point that those who were in that IMT, or in that team, was suggesting to you that before this event, the pipe was completely empty?
Yes.
Well, that was an obvious Delta P risk, wasn't it?
Yes.
If the pipe was completely empty.
Correct.
And the sensible course here was to have that pipe flooded, whether with water or oil or whatever it was, with fluid at any rate.
Well, that would be one of the processes to remove the delta P in any risk planning exercise. Yes.
Let's be clear. The sensible course to prevent any potential for delta P is to make sure that that pipe is completely full, water, oil, whatever it is, but is filled.
Correct.
Yeah, not air.
Correct. That would remove the differential pressure.
Right. And that way, if you pull the plug out, it wouldn't make any difference.
Correct.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right. Gotcha.
If it's full of oil, then you'd have an oil spill. But because
Well,
there is a differential.
Forgive me, I'm all for anti-pollution, but let me be clear. I'd rather we spilt a little oil in the water than we're losing 4 or 5 men.
Well, agreed.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Now, are there any other questions, please? Yes, Mr. Ramadan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Donovan. And we're grateful for the witness statement which you had provided. Chairman, could I ask that this paragraph 3 be put on the screen, please?
Paragraph 3?
Thank you.
Yes.
Could you read that to us, please?
Would you like me to read it to you?
Yes.
OTSL does not presently have any contractual arrangements with Paria other than a registered contractor at the time.
And I understand presently to mean at present?
That is correct.
Yes. So you've had contracts before?
As OTSL with Paria, yes, I believe so.
Thank you. And you're still on the list of registered contractors in anticipation of future possible work. Is that accurate?
That is accurate and
Yes.
correct.
You appreciate you've said to Mr. Maraj in answer to a very important question where you disagreed that at some point in time, the delta P had stabilized.
Correct.
Yeah. But you appreciate that that could not be accurate. That statement,
My statement?
disagreeing, hold on, disagreeing with another person that the delta P had stabilized?
I don't understand your question.
Well, I will help
Can
you.
you break it down for me?
Of course. Delta P is a static position.
Yes.
Yes. And stability means what to you?
Stability?
Yes.
Still.
Huh?
Still.
Still. So at the time when Mr. Budram exited, there was no effective delta P that forced him back into the pipe. Event, no delta, let me put it like this so we can be clear. There was no delta P event that prevented him from escaping death from that pipe.
Okay.
Not okay, I want to hear you. You agree?
What do you want me to agree with?
Whether in fact there was no delta P event that prevented him from being rescued, whether on his own accord.
Well, clearly there was not any restriction for him to get out. I don't know what force was against him at the time.
Beautiful. But you have disagreed with Mr. Zaid Khan that at a relevant time, the delta P event had stabilized.
I disagree that there was no delta P existing in the pipeline. That's what I said.
Well, let forget now what Mr. Khan said.
Okay.
And let's deal now with your expertise of all these many years.
Okay.
Right? That there was no prohibition as a result of a delta P event to allow one of the divers to escape. Isn't that correct?
Well, at the time, I don't know exactly where Mr. Budram was in the pipeline and where he was found at the time he was found.
Yeah.
Right? His statement, or as you've said, that there was nothing restricting him from leaving the pipeline.
Beautiful. Now,
right?
Sorry.
So let's go with that.
Let's go with that.
Okay.
Right? You followed with some interest, I imagine. There you were called in as an expert to find out as much as you can up till today, all that you could have about the conditions in that pipe and the rescue and who came out. Because you are Trinidad and you care, isn't that correct?
I don't see the relevance of your statement.
Well, you'll hear the relevance.
So try
now.
and break it down for me.
I will
Explain
break
it
it. I'll
differently.
break it down. Yeah? You care about what happened that day?
Yes.
Yes, because you are past contractor and hopefully a future contractor for Paria, correct?
No. That is. I don't agree with that statement.
Well, let me help you a little bit. So you are a contractor and you are not interested to find out Paria has procedures that could cause harm or danger to your employees?
Listen,
I'm listening.
Anybody that engages myself or my
Yeah.
company, we will do the necessary risk and risk management to deal with those scenarios and situations.
Yeah.
So the question you said was, am I caring about what had transpired that day? Yes, I do care.
Thank you.
And I do care about the families and the loss and so on and so forth. But as to exposing somebody else to additional risk.
Who asked you about that? I am not on that. You came here with a tract. You came here with a program to tell us that. Who asked you that?
Well, I retract what I just said.
Oh, because it just came out. You came here with a mission to hindsight the awfulness of that day to try and justify it, isn't it?
I disagree with you.
Well, let me explain why I will say so. Knowing that you care, you paid attention to what was, what's in the public domain. Correct?
I'm listening.
Yeah, no, listen good. You would have heard on radio, did you not? Audio of the 4 men vital and alive within the pipe.
I've heard it, yes.
Yes. So you knew that Christopher, who escaped, was in the same location where he could have spoken with those other men. Correct?
Was Christopher's voice on the video?
Yes.
All right. I'm not aware. I'm just asking you a question.
No. Yeah. He's only making the inquiry. He's allowed to ask.
Yes.
I'm not familiar with Christopher's voice or any of the others.
But see that you care and you paid attention. It would have come to your attention as you are sitting here today that Christopher, upon his escape, said, what's the effect? Go back, the men right behind, and in particular, 5 right behind me, the men right there, go and get them. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So that it wasn't like he was spread some hundreds of feet away from the other men in a different Delta P environment. You agree?
Let me say something here.
Well, please, I'm asking the question, so say something.
So you are speaking to me like if I was there when Faisy came out. I was not there.
So Faisy never came out, he died.
Excuse me. When Mr. Boudram came out.
Yeah.
Right? Excuse me for the misnaming of Mr. Boudram.
Yeah.
We were not there.
We know that.
The OTSL was not there.
Yeah.
Right? So we don't know and we didn't have those details. Right? But if we are now going through the process of processing this situation, right? Then, if Mr. Boudram say, go back, Faisy is right there, then the incident process and the emergency response plan by Faisy's and Mr. Boudram's team should have kicked in.
Thank you.
Right? Where and whatever as a caring individual who has done many of these types of works, where is the emergency process that the rest of Mr. Boudram's team could have gone immediately? Because this is, when you're doing a diving response, emergency response, it's immediate.
Thank you.
Immediate. No, I'm not talking about immediate.
Pause a moment.
Wait.
One at a time, please.
I believe I'm speaking.
Just a moment. Both of you, please. Just a moment.
Don't watch me so.
I can only keep a note, and we can only have a record of the events if one of you speaks at a time. Mr. Ramadar, he is giving his explanation. If he goes too far, I will stop him.
Thank you.
He's giving his explanation. Let him give it, please.
Yeah.
So, therefore, an emergency response plan should have kicked in.
Yeah.
Not anyone else's other than Mr. Boudram's, Faisy, and the others, whatever emergency response plan or process for assisting a diver that has been injured, trapped, or any incident related to that team member should have kicked in immediately without any waiting for a third party or fourth party or fifth party. Nothing.
Let's blame the dead.
Immediate. No,
Let's blame the dead.
that's not what I'm saying.
Yes.
No, that's not what I'm saying. So if that's the way you wish,
I don't wish
that is
anything.
it. But that is not what I'm saying.
All right. Well,
Right? So don't say blame the dead. It's not the dead. Right? At the time they weren't dead. At the time they were doing a job, right, to the best of their ability, and they should have had that emergency response that is necessary to help their counterparts.
Thank you.
In times of this situation.
Thank you so much. You appreciate that the incident occurred around 3 o'clock?
That's the time I'm told.
You appreciate that Mr. Boudram came out around 5:30 thereabouts?
Yes.
Yeah. You appreciate, notwithstanding the team may not have had a plan or whatever to execute, that there were others who should have taken some responsibility to help rescue the men? Yeah?
Not without a plan.
Right?
The plan has to be put in place to do what you are saying.
Right. So that when Boudram came out, at that point in time would have been the perfect moment moving forward from that time to execute a plan.
But by whom?
Well, we'll come to that. You are defending Paria sitting as you are?
I am not defending anyone.
Well, it sounds much like that, sir.
Well, this is what I would have done if I, as the individual, was running a program such as that.
There you go. Would it surprise you?
It has nothing to do with Paria, sir.
Of course not. Money to come, isn't it? Contracts to be made.
Chairman,
I disagree with that, and I don't think that is your right to tell me something.
I am putting it to you that you expect further work.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, with the greatest of respect to my friend, Mr. Ramadan, this is not my witness, but you can't be making wild allegations like that unless you plan to call evidence to back it up. It's insulting to a witness who has come to assist the commission. I don't know how, by what means he came, whether by subpoena or whatever. But I can't sit here and hear this being done uninterrupted.
First of all, the suggestion is being made to you that the reasons why you're saying what you're saying is because you are hopeful of obtaining further work through OTSL with Paria. Is there any truth in that at all?
Absolutely not.
Right. Well, then we'll move on.
Thank
you,
you.
Ramadan.
So sitting as you are today, you have such a capacity to know and to tell all of us on the record under your oath that that pipe hadn't stabilized at the time when Christopher came out?
I said it was of my opinion that there still was Delta P there. I am not an engineer. You had an engineer do the work. To say that Mr. Boudram came out on his own power, right, and steam because there was no Delta P, right? I say, and what I said was there was no way to know that there was any additional Delta P within the pipeline.
Right. So that I'm clear about that, Mr. Donovan, are you saying that it is your belief that there was a Delta P in the pipeline, an existing Delta P in the pipeline, or that there was a risk that there was still a Delta P?
There's a risk that there was still Delta P in the pipeline.
Right. So your position is, it may not have been, but I would take the view that there was a risk of a Delta P event that could occur in that pipeline.
Correct. And diving is a risk-based management program.
I understand entirely that. So your position is before I would be prepared to commit anybody going into that pipe to effect a rescue, I would have to consider the question of whether there was a risk of a secondary event by way of Delta P.
Correct.
That's your position, isn't it? Right.
That is my position.
Okay.
You appreciate that this is an imperfect world. Nobody is infallible.
I don't know how to answer that question.
So you think it's a perfect world?
I never said so.
I'm asking you.
Well, I can't answer that question. I
But
don't know how to answer you.
You think there's anybody that is infallible?
I'm sure you're not infallible. So if
I'm
you're
very
not infallible,
Very
I'm not
fallible.
infallible.
Beautiful.
But
So that your
the fact of the
opinion,
matter is,
your
yes,
opinion is not necessarily 100% accurate.
and nor is yours.
You want it that way?
No, I don't want it that way. But
Good.
the fact of the
So
matter
that
is
you
that
would-
it's my
yeah.
opinion.
Your opinion, but you appreciate your opinion could be wrong.
And I appreciate that my opinion can also be correct.
Yeah, well, it'll be for us to decide
Yeah.
what evidence we accept
Right.
or don't accept.
Thank you.
He is a man of 30 years' experience in the field, and he's entitled, it seems to us, to an opinion based on that. What weight we give it compared to the rest of the evidence is a matter entirely for us.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Now, you appreciate that up till today, there was no confirmation that there was a clear and present danger and an existing Delta P up till today, after the accident. With all the experience that you've had, all the knowledge that you've come with.
My information was based on the communication with the heritage team at the time.
Heritage.
Yes,
Thank you.
that's what my statement says. Right? This has nothing to do with Paria. Right? This is the heritage team. I had no communications with Paria. Right? This is the heritage team because the heritage team was lending assistance to the Paria team.
Right.
So our communication was clearly and only with heritage, my own.
And who?
As to the rest of my team, who are part and parcel of supporting heritage, I don't know what communication
Thank
they
you
have.
much. So thanks
Okay.
for that bit that we overlooked. So are you at present engaged in any contract with Heritage?
If we are,
Engaged in any contract with
Yes, we
Heritage?
are.
Thank you.
Right.
Who did you speak with, if at all, from Paria to get any information that evening?
I didn't speak with anyone
Thank
from
you.
Paria.
So you appreciate the quality of your information was not of the best source.
Define that.
Well, your live and direct information from somebody who is on site is best than that information which is relayed through a third party.
Well, our point of contact was the heritage command person who was, if I'm not mistaken, and you'll have to find out on your own, was part of that incident team with Paria.
And who is that? Who's that person?
What do you mean? Who's that person?
From
what,
Heritage.
With Heritage, that's O.C. Fleming. It's in my statement.
Thank you. But listen,
Right?
we're
And
interested
that's
in
the
what-
only communication that I've had with anyone from Heritage.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fleming. Now, could we, forgive me, the paragraph, Mr. Maraj, from Mr. Zaid Khan's opinion, could we have that brought forward, please?
Okay, but just before you deal with that,
Sir.
can I ask you, you said in your statement, Mr. Donowa, that you had a conversation with Mr. O.C. Fleming, Heritage HSE's lead, and then you said, and several others whose names I do not recall.
Yeah, I
Well-
don't know who they were.
No, but were they Heritage people or
Yes.
were they Paria people?
As far as I know, they were Heritage people.
Right, thank you.
Sir?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. Look at that paragraph, mark 4 and 5. Yes? Is it visible to you and clear?
Yeah, yes, it is.
Could you read it to us, please?
Why don't you read it to me?
He's asked you to read it.
All right. Prior to
want me
Mr.
to
Christopher
read it?
Boudram's rescue, would you like me to continue? Yes, thank you.
We see why men
The
die
entire
under your
system
care.
stabilized
Yeah.
and equalized itself at both ends of SL36 and thus allowed Mr. Boudram to negotiate the pipe without any disruptions. As the system was static, the condition was best opportunity to attempt a rescue to remove removing the blank at Berth 5 or shutting down the compressor would have released the stored potential energy, and I'm assuming it's the compressor, the habitat, for the compressed air, and thus disturb the equilibrium, thereby implying any diver's air pockets. Imperils any divers in an air pocket.
All right, let's look at the first line. Tell me which part of that first line you disagree with.
Which part of this?
Yes, first line 4 and 5.
Let me ask you a question.
No.
I'm afraid
No?
you can't.
Okay, all right.
I'm afraid you can't.
Okay,
If you
so-
don't, just a moment, please, Mr. Boudram. If you don't, Mr. Donovan, if you don't understand something, by all means, you can say you want clarification.
Yes.
What you can't do is ask questions, counsel.
All right.
If you have a problem, you can ask me.
Yes,
All right?
sure. So, can you repeat your question, please?
Certainly. That first line, which part of it you disagree with?
Well, this is after the fact.
So you give an opinion.
But this here is after the fact of my communication with the heritage team.
I'm not in.
So at that time, we didn't have this information. So you're asking me to comment?
Yes, we understand there's a distinction between what you were telling Heritage on the day in question, the days that followed.
Yeah.
What you've been asked, both by Mr. Maharaj and now Mr. Ramadan, is what is it about this particular paragraph that's being drawn to your attention that you disagree with? Right? And so the way in which Mr. Ramadan is doing it, I suspect, is to take you through it line by line to see which parts of it you disagree with.
Right. So to allow Mr. Boudram to come out the pipeline, he would have the flange was off at Berth 5. I'm just seeking clarity.
No.
Okay.
I am anxious that we are clear that you have made an assertion that when this paragraph was brought to your attention by Mr. Maharaj, that you disagreed with it. As I understood what you were saying was you disagreed with the suggestion that the entire system had stabilized and equalized itself at both ends of SL36. That is what I understood you to be disagreeing with. Have I understood you correctly?
Yes.
You're saying that there remained a latent delta P potential in that pipeline.
Correct.
Is that the extent to which you disagree with that paragraph?
Correct.
There's nothing else with which you disagree?
No.
Thank you.
Would you just permit me? I appreciate what his lordship.
No, I won't. I'm not going to allow you to go through it line by line. We've established what needs to be established.
Maybe I missed it. What exactly you disagree with in that paragraph?
I've just made it clear, and he's just agreed. The part that he disagrees with is that the entire system stabilized and equalized itself at both ends of SL36. In other words, he is of the view that there remained a potential for delta P in the pipeline at that time.
Yeah, we appreciate there's always a potential for anything. But do you disagree that at that time when he escaped that pipe, that the system was static?
No, I don't disagree.
Right?
I don't agree with it.
Do you disagree that the condition was the best opportunity to attempt a rescue, as removing the blank at Berth 5 or shutting down the compressor would have released the stored potential energy from the compressed air and thus disturb the equilibrium and thereby imperil any diver in air pockets? Do you disagree with that?
I really don't know how to answer your question.
Does everybody agree or disagree?
It's not as simple as that. You're talking about.
No, there's a statement.
You're talking about what? Me putting people in a pipeline or somebody else putting people
Nobody
in a
asked you about that.
Well, I don't agree. I have answered you, and I will answer you again. I do not agree with it.
Well, need to be clear what it is that you're disagreeing with.
Mr. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, my apologies.
Mr. Donowa, we need to understand precisely what it is that you disagree with. I had understood you to say that you agreed with everything in that paragraph, except that you did not accept that the entire system had stabilized and equalized itself at both ends of SL36. You took the view that there remained a latent or a risk of a latent delta P event.
Correct.
There's nothing else about that paragraph. Read it again to yourself, please. There's nothing about that paragraph with which you disagree other than that. That's what I understood you to say to me a few moments ago.
Correct.
That remains the position, does it?
Yes.
Right. Well, I think we've flogged that particular horse as much as we possibly can, Mr. Ramadan.
Did it ever come to your attention that efforts were made to endeavor a rescue, but that Paria ordered it not to go forward? Close to that time?
I am not aware of that.
No. And from your wide experience, your 30-odd years in the diving business, what time frame, if you had an emergency like that, would you consider necessary to actually endeavor a rescue?
As immediate as possible. Therefore, the procedure and the planning and the process would have catered for that.
Thank you so much. I have nothing further for this flogged witness.
Well, it clearly should have catered for that.
Correct.
Yeah. All right. Are there any other questions from anyone else? Well, you've had your opportunity, if I may say so, Ms. Mutu. Ms. Mutu, I've done that again, haven't I? Because I was coming to you next. No, Ms. Nairi Alfonso. I asked earlier, and you didn't put your hand up. And what I'm not going to permit is this. If somebody asks questions that come after you, for you to then go back and see if you can clarify it. You didn't have your hand up.
Mr. Chairman, that actually wasn't, there's no question that evolved out of Mr. Ramadan's cross that I had 2 or 3 questions to ask, but Mr. Ramadan was already on his legs when I was putting up my hand.
Well, I did ask.
This time I admit I was slow. The last time you didn't see me, but I said this time I apparently was too slow.
I looked specifically at you because I was accused of not seeing you last time. I'm noting that it's 1:15. Have you got 5 minutes or so?
Mr. Chairman, I can assure you in 5 minutes I would be, my questions to Mr. Donovan would be completed.
All right.
And answers there too.
Subject to that, does anyone else have questions? No? All right. Well, Mr. Wilson may, Mr. Maharaj may want something, but can we have your 5 minutes of questions, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Hopefully we can take lunch.
Afternoon, sorry, Mr. Donovan. Mr. Donovan, you are aware that the Gulfstream Eagle was somewhere in the location next to these pipelines at Berth 5 and Berth 6, yes? At some point in time?
Yes, they were at the facility.
At the facility?
Yeah.
Okay, and Mr. Donovan, could you give us an idea how we've already heard that they departed without any participation, but could you give us an idea of how this vessel is outfitted? What kind of equipment she has on her?
She has a full surface air diving system with hats, dive hats, hoses, cameras.
Umbilicals?
Yes, umbilicals as well.
You have any idea of the length of the umbilicals available on the Gulfstream Eagle?
Typically, depending on the water depth, they will either be 300 feet. If it's deeper than a couple hundred feet, that we would go with longer umbilicals, 600 feet.
Okay, so somewhere between 300 and 600 feet.
Well, in this case, when the vessel was at Paria, because we were working at Heritage, we would have had 300-foot umbilicals on board.
Okay. And you have any idea how many umbilicals?
Generally, 2 and a spare.
2 and a spare, so 3.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Donovan. could you, okay, I accept what you say with regard to Delta P, and I'm not in a position to believe or disbelieve you, but would you be able to assist as to whether if there was a potential of a second Delta P, if you disagree with the Inquitec findings, would that be, I think I heard the terminology in from another witness, a minor event, a significant event, would that be equally powerful as the original event which caused the 5 divers to be sucked into the pipe?
It's a very difficult thing to say because it's unseen. And for me to answer that question and say it's either in one of those 3 categories is extremely challenging.
Okay.
I would go further and say it's impossible, isn't it?
Yes.
You and maybe I got it wrong, but you'll correct me, I'm sure. Did you mention you didn't have a gauge? There was no way to gauge the air pressure in the line or the pressures in the line?
At that time, you already had one end open, one end closed. You weren't going to be certain where that pressure
okay, so
was going to receive that pressure reading from.
Okay, so there would be no mechanism or equipment that you could introduce into the pipeline.
That's
that would
why,
assist you with that.
No, that's why I had suggested immediately to the team that called is to get an ROV, a crawler into the pipeline, because that was the fastest way to mobilize something, to get some information or to find anything or anyone, and they found debris that was blocking the way. So that's why I recommended a crawler instead of a ROV.
You'll accept that the debris was a tank?
I haven't seen the video. That's what I've heard.
You've heard that there was debris? Yeah. Okay.
I've heard that it was a tank, but
tank,
I don't know what it was.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Donovan.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All right, anything arising from that? All right. Well, there is, before I pass to Mr. Wilson, just a couple of things, please. First of all, mobilizing a crawler into the pipe wouldn't tell you if there was a latent Delta P issue, would it?
No,
right.
It would not.
Thank you. And secondly, this is that when you, in your paragraph 19 of your statement, please have a look, it says, I advised of the safety issues as there was no way to confirm that the pipeline was totally equalized and flooded and free of the possibility of a Delta P. That was the position then, wasn't it? That's what advice you were giving them then.
Yes.
But that was predicated on your being told previously that the pipe was completely empty of fluid.
Yes.
Thank you. When did you, if ever, discover that in fact there was a considerable amount of fluid in the pipe? Or may have been?
This was after the fact. This was
long time later.
Yeah. This was when Mr. Boudram was given his recollection or information on his sketches, etc.
What, when he was in the...
No, and this is post.
Days, weeks, months?
I would think it was a week later, if I
long after the event had closed,
yes.
That is to say the bodies have been recovered.
Yes.
Right, thank you very much. So I just need to be clear that opinion that you express, that you gave to the heritage team was predicated on the fact that you had been told the pipe had been cleared of all liquids.
Correct.
Prior to the Delta P event.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wilson, I think, has a question for you.
Good morning, Mr. Donovan.
Good morning, Mr. Wilson.
In your 30 years of planning and risk assessment of subsea scopes diving, have you ever planned a dive for an inspection alongside pipeline?
Yeah, yes, we have.
So on the topic of Delta P, let me back it back. In that planning, what are some of the risks you would identify to the operator, and or if an operator would identify a risk to you just in the inspection of a pipeline?
All right, so a pipeline inspection, what we typically would do is to ensure that the vintage of the pipeline, how old it is, because you can You can have during an inspection, you may clean an area and there may be so much corrosion that it develops a leak during the inspection. We've also catered for in that risk assessment process to ensure that the pipeline is not void of a liquid.
Okay.
Right? If the operator...
Sorry, say that again.
Void of a liquid, meaning...
Not void of a liquid.
Yeah. Not void of it, meaning that there is liquid in the pipeline. We ensure that there's liquid in the pipeline to ensure that there's an equal to the bottom pressure. So right. Salt water bottom pressure.
So just again, before you're conducting the inspection of the outside of a pipe, you would want to know the vintage, how old it is.
Yeah.
Because if you're scraping off some part of the pipe that is obviously corroded or whatever like that, it might then create a hole.
Yes.
Which might have the effect of creating a delta P.
Yeah, if that pipeline is in fact empty.
Yeah,
or out of
I'll come to
service.
that. That's one of the first things that you would want to make sure of.
Yes.
And when you say the pipeline should not be devoid of liquid, in other words, it should be full.
Yes.
And when I say full, I mean, do we mean by that approximately full or completely full?
Completely full. It could be at a lower pressure, but once it's full of liquid.
Full.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Is that industry practice?
Generally, industry practice states to avoid all delta P scenarios. Yep. Over the years, that has developed from incidents that have occurred and lessons learned from those incidents.
All right. So where I want to go with that is, in your experience and planning, I want to kind of factor in human conditioning, human thinking, what you're conditioned to through that experience and or industry practice. Are there any standards that point to a pipeline should not be void anywhere along the length of the pipeline?
Well, in standards such as OGP 411, IMCA, there's always a section.
Just a second, sorry. Can you clarify OGP 411 and IMCA for the?
Yeah, so OGP 411 is the standard for diving under the oil and gas producers, and IMCA is the International Marine Contractors Association, and also the Association of Diving Contractors International, the ADCI. All of those people who put standards out have included a section in there for delta P or for recognition for planning in delta P or working in a delta P environment. So they don't tell you what those scenarios are, but they give you the guidelines, what you need to do to look for delta P, right? To cover those delta P scenarios. The delta P exists in not just pipelines alone, right? They exist in other areas.
Okay. Just taking into account what you just said, just in layman terms, those standards really granular. Diving next to a pipeline, what needs to be considered? I'm asking it a different question, but from the standard side.
Yeah, from the standard side, without going into verse and paragraph, they will identify within those standards that what certain working conditions should be based on how you proceed at that work. So you're not going to go do scuba where delta P can exist, right? They've moved away from those things, right? They've outlined that scuba is not for working at depths beyond a certain depth. Scuba is not for working in working environment dives, meaning cutting, burning, grinding. Scuba is not meant for working around pipelines.
Well, where I was going with it is it's the condition of the pipeline rather than the methodology of diving.
Right. Yes. So the condition of They don't say don't work on a pipeline because it's 40 years old or 50
No, not the
years old.
vintage,
Right.
in terms of the contents,
Or
that kind of
the,
thing.
the particulars of all.
The most granular thing when you're taking into consideration the risk control.
Right.
Yeah. Like, how do you, like, there's the risk control hierarchies. Hierarchy. Thank you, Mr. Peters.
Lunch.
So you start with, I don't know if you're familiar with that hierarchy.
I'm not familiar with it the way you are outlining. So what you're doing is the granular risk. So what it says is if you are diving next to a pipeline, your risk in a risk matrix is higher.
No, not the risk
higher
matrix,
in a
hierarchy where we and I offer for your consideration where it starts with eliminate, engineer out straight down to PPE, if you're aware of that.
Well, yes. So I know at some people where they do their risk, some tasks are catered where doing that task, it's a fatality. And from that, they then move up to what are you going to do to reduce that or remove that?
Yes.
And then you take it to the next level.
Yes.
So it's the upside down pyramid.
Yes,
you start at the worst case scenario and you work your way down as to what is. So for example, if I were doing a job like this, I would say that we start at the highest risk, death. And then we work our way down to mitigate what that risk is.
Thank you for that.
This all presupposes recognizing Delta P as an issue in the first place.
Correct.
Mr. Maharaj. Oh, sorry, we finished. Oh, Mr. Woznez.
So moving on from that point, I just want to touch base on the Gulfstream Eagle. Do you know whilst they were standing by, and I appreciate the order standing by and they were, did that team take any consideration to the incident that they were responding to?
Well,
meaning
they were asked us to head to Pointe-à-Pierre, right?
I'm talking about when they got on site and they're standing by.
Sorry.
Did they start to try to pull together a plan, given the information that they had whilst they were standing by? Are you aware of it?
As far as I'm aware of, they weren't.
They just arrived and told us stand by.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you for that. The last word, when you were engaged by Heritage, did anyone or the person contacting you identify that it was the Heritage IMT or ICT contacting you?
No, they did not outline it like that.
Okay.
What it was is I was not part of that contact team because the way our business unit is set up, they contacted Mr. Bertrand. Then Mr. Bertrand, if he needs input from me, he will contact me, which he did.
Okay.
Right. So they were asked to provide support to Mr. Bertrand. Mr. Bertrand then called me. I then said, yes, we should. We need to support as best as we can, and we let the asset leave Heritage under Heritage guidance for what needs to be done.
And finally, if I could tease out to you that conversation with Mr. Bertrand, what was that conversation like in terms of giving you information for the incident?
It was very limited, as everything was happening so quickly, right? They wanted us to head up and take instructions as we arrived, and which we did.
Take instructions. Okay, thank you for that. All right.
Yes, Mr. Maharaj.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just have one or two questions. Well, really one question arising out of your questioning in relation to paragraph 9.
Sorry, I should have invited anybody who wanted to out of that. Please do.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Donovan. My name is Jason Mutu, and I'm one of the attorneys for Paria. The chairman asked you in relation to question 19, whether the advice that you, forgive me, paragraph 19 of your statement, whether the advice you gave was premised on the information that the line was dry, and I believe you said yes. My question to you is this. would that advice, the safety advice you gave in paragraph 19, would that advice have remained the same if you were told that not that the line was dry, but that air pockets remained in the line?
You're gonna have to break that down for me a
Sure.
little bit. So
Okay.
yeah.
Up at paragraph 13 of your witness statement, you were told, your evidence is you were told that the line was dry.
Correct.
At paragraph 19, you say you gave certain advice as to safety issues. You told the chairman that that advice which you gave was based on your understanding that the line was dry. My question to you is, would that advice have remained the same if you were told not that the line was dry, but that air pockets remained in the line?
So paragraph 19 was based on a meeting with Heritage when they called us in to discuss a recovery plan. And the concern was that for us was that there were still air pockets in the line, or can have air pockets in the line.
Okay, am I therefore understanding you to say that whether the line was completely dry or whether it was partially dry and air pockets remained, your advice that there were safety concerns would have remained?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Donovan. Just two quick things.
One more second.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Does it arise from questions I myself or Mr. Wilson asked?
Mr. Wilson. In response to Mr. Wilson's question with respect to the use of scuba in certain environments, what would be your opinion on the use of scuba in a habitat environment?
Absolutely not.
And what would be the appropriate equipment?
Complete surface supplied hat and hose.
Sure. And then finally, you mentioned two standards in response to Mr. Wilson, the OGP 411 standard and the IMCA standard. Would you be in a position to provide copies of those standards to the Commission?
I can.
Thank you.
They're available online.
I tried to pull the IMCA one, but it has a paywall.
Oh, you have to be a member. Can you get it? We'll get it.
Thank you.
Mr. Maharaj, I just want to make a note of what was said. You told Mr. Hussain Shah that in answer to his question about working with scuba in the habitat, you said absolutely not working in a habitat with scuba.
There should be no work done with scuba.
Yeah, I understand that. With scuba, surface supply only. Yes.
Correct.
And a hat.
A diving hat, which is a solid, like a helmet.
Could you have a look at the one we've got?
That is it.
Do you mean that?
That is correct. That is designed to take an impact. It's designed to provide free and clear airflow.
Looks like it's designed to break your neck, frankly. Can you?
Well, yeah,
I mean,
if you
that
try
is
to
an
run
extremely heavy piece of equipment.
Correct.
Is it your evidence that that should be worn in a dry environment whilst the person is carrying out work?
No, not in that case. There's a different setup for that. There's a full face demand.
When you say a hard hat, when you said hat, you don't mean that someone should have to be wearing that working in a dry environment.
No, they go into the habitat with that. They put on a dry mask and a head shield.
Right. So they would, in order to get into the habitat, they go down into the water from the side, wearing a helmet like that, come up into the habitat, which is now dry.
Correct.
They remove that helmet, take that off, yes?
Correct.
breathing the air that is in the habitat?
Well, it depends on the type of work that they're doing. So they should be harnessed and
leave aside the
connected.
harness thing.
Right, but yes.
So I just want to be clear what you're saying, okay? The man who's going into the habitat to do the work has to wear a helmet like that to go down, I don't know, 10 feet or whatever it is, not very far, but about 10 feet down, come up into the habitat.
Correct.
When he comes up into the habitat, he's now in a dry environment.
Correct.
This thing's weighing on his shoulders. I mean, it's heavy, isn't it? Right? Yeah. He's got to take that off, and he's got to put something different on.
Yes.
Has he taken that down, or is that in there already?
It should be set up in the habitat.
Set up in the habitat. So he takes that off, puts that where? Hooks it on a hook somewhere?
Yes, there will be a stand, or they outfit the habitat appropriately.
Whilst he's doing that, has he got to disconnect the air?
No. That stays connected to the air at all times.
This does, the helm.
Yes.
So, but when he takes that off his head, what air is he breathing?
He will use a full face light.
He's got to put that on.
Yes, he's breathing
Between
the air.
the two.
Yeah, and that's connected through a hard point in the habitat to the surface.
Right. But when he takes that off, what air is he breathing?
He can breathe the air in the habitat for a short period of time.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So he's now taking that. Just want to be clear. He's taking that off. He's now like I am, perhaps not wearing a tie, but he's in there without any breathing equipment other than what's in the habitat.
Yes. And your risk assessment will define what needs to be worn at what periods of time.
Okay. And then he's now putting on a different kind of mask. Is it a full face mask?
Yes.
And then he's got some sort of
head protection. Yes.
Head protection, right, whilst he's in the habitat.
Correct.
Then he can carry out the work. And that sort of mask is a lot lighter than that, is it?
Extremely.
Oh, right, okay, thank you. I just needed to be clear to understand what you were saying. All right, so surface hat supply only and a hat to access the habitat. Yes, and then change to a lightweight hat whilst carrying out the work. Have I got that right?
Correct.
Thank you. And that is something which, in your view, should be standard in this kind of work.
Yes.
And that should be recognized not only by those who are performing the work, but those who are asking for the work to be performed.
That's what a standard's supposed to do.
Yeah. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Maharaj.
Mr. Donovan, I want to ask you one question in respect, and that has to do with your opinion that there was a risk of a secondary Delta P. We had evidence here that after Mr. Budram came out, Mr. Michael Kurban went into the pipeline and he came out and he was okay. Do you still maintain your opinion that there was a risk of a second Delta P?
Yes, I do.
Okay. That's it.
All right, thank you very much. Well, that will be it then for lunch. It's a little bit late for lunch, I'm afraid, folks. So thank you very much, Mr. Donovan, for coming. You're free to go and do as you please now. Right?
Okay,
so
thank you.
You can go. What I'm going to say is, can we have a slightly shortened lunch? Would we be content with 2:20? Yes? Good, I hear no dissenters. So 2:20, please, when we will first, I believe, hear from the witnesses who I have approved can give their evidence in relation to the, as family members, with the two reserved as I've indicated. So that's what we will do when we return. Thank you very much. 2:20, please. Actually, I've got it separately, but yes, I've got it. I've got it. It's fine.
I,
State your name, please.
Vanessa KC,
Solemnly swear
solemnly
Please.
swear
that the evidence
that the evidence
I shall give
I shall give
to this commission
to this commission
in this case
shall
be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Please take a seat. Miss, have I pronouncing your name correctly? It's Vanessa KC?
KC.
KC. Now pull that down towards you a little and bring the whole thing a little bit towards you, all right? That's it.
Yes.
Now that bottle of water is there for you to use, all right? And I know that this is not going to be easy for you.
No, it's not.
We appreciate your coming along to tell us what you have to say. You are unrepresented. That's not a problem. I'm here to look after you, all right?
Yeah.
So you take your time. You've provided a statement to us, which is in the bundle, and everybody here has it, right? What you need to understand, Ms. Cussy, is there's not a single person here who does not have a considerable degree of sympathy for your position, all right? So you take your time. Just pause if you need to pause. It's entirely up to you. As I understand what you're going to do is you're going to read the statement that you've provided to us, all right? It's got a few pages, so it'll take a little while. You just take it in. You want a break? You just ask me for a break. All right, you want to pause for a minute, take a drink of water, you do that, all right? This is intended to provide you with the best possible environment in which you can give your evidence for everyone to hear, all right?
Yes.
So make sure you speak clearly because we've got to hear what you have to say. As I say, pull that thing right towards you a little bit. That's it.
Yes.
You've got the statement in front of you, haven't you?
Yeah.
All right, so you start when you're ready, all right, and tell us what it is that you put into that statement for us all to consider. All right?
This is my statement that what I've been going through since
Will you
February.
start off by telling us,
Yeah.
paragraph 1, I am the common law wife of the late Rishi Nagasa. Right.
Start
Take
off
it
there.
from there if you would, please.
What I want to say, sir, is that prior to this, what I'm going to say now, my husband and I had this conversation before this tragedy had happened, 2 days before it had happened. So I was like a little detective asking him questions. And when it came to reality, it was my nightmare. So what I'm stating here is what I had went through personally.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Well, that's what we want to hear. Yes.
I, Vanessa KC, says as follows. I am the common law wife of the late Rishi Nagasa. We were together for 13 years. Our son Nashik Ranveer Nagasa is 3 years old. Rishi was also known as Ryan at home, and as Blacks at work, I called him Ryan. Ryan was a diver. He was a permanent employee of LMCS. He worked for LMCS for over 25 years. Friday, 25th February 2022. On the 25th February 2022, I received a phone call about 5 p.m. from my sister-in-law, Ria. She asked if Ryan was at home or at work. I told her he went to work. I heard the trembling of her voice, and she asked if anyone called from LMCS. I said no. I asked her what happened. She took a few minutes to answer. She said she did not know how to tell me, but she understood there was an accident at work, and Ryan, her brother, and others were sucked into a pipeline. Fuel Company Limited, Paria. She said that she knows this because she knows someone out at sea who called her and told her they had known Ryan as a brother. And he's one of the person who was sucked into the pipe. This was the first phone call I received. About half an hour later, I got a phone call from someone asking me to call a fisherman at sea. I had known this guy. His name's Avinash. I went and called him on my phone. He told me that he had to tell me my husband died. And he gave his condolences to me. He told me they were looking for Ryan's body out at sea. I asked him how he got his information. He said his Coast Guard, his friend, called him, told him they were looking for bodies out at sea, and they alerted all fishermen to help look for them. I then called LMCS office, but no one answered. I also called some of Ryan's friends. Nobody picked up. I started panicking. My Uncle Alan, a local counselor, called me. He heard my voice and asked if I was sick. I told him no. He hung up the phone. I called my mom, and within minutes, my family was at my home. They heard my screaming. I was screaming so loud, the corners of my street could have heard me. I pounded the ground. I rushed to my son, Nashik. I picked him up. I went to my prayer room and I started to pray. I kept calling Ryan's phone. I keep begging God to let him answer his phone. But it kept ringing out. My Uncle Alan came and his wife Shamala came out. He asked me what I wanted to do. I just wanted to be at Paria. I told my uncle this. Everyone who was at my home left. We were head up to Paria. Within about half an hour or so, we were at Paria, Pointe-à-Pierre. This is about 6:30 to 7 p.m., sorry. When I got there, I was still shaking. My Uncle Alan went up to the security at the entrance. There were 4 of them. He told them he understood there was an accident, and we came to find out. He told them I was the wife of Rishi. The reply was from the security. This is the first time they are hearing about an accident and they didn't know. My Uncle Alan asked the security officers for a phone number to call a secretary at Paria. They said they had nothing to give him. They didn't know the phone number at the office. He told them, the security officers, he was a local government counselor for Cuba, Tabaqui, Talparo. But they told him they didn't have any number for him. By this time, we saw vehicles coming in and out of the compound. We were right outside by the security booth on the road. My uncle stopped a few vehicles and asked if there were accidents inside. One person who said he works for Paria. He told us he understood there was an accident. The guys are trapped in the pipeline, but they are hearing knocking, so don't worry, ma'am. He said they, Paria, was trying to help rescue them. I then relaxed a little bit based on what I heard. My Uncle Alan told him, Rishi Nagasa is my husband. The man said, don't worry, ma'am, we are going to get help. We are going to get help for them. Help is on its way. About 5 or 10 minutes or so, a few of LMCS workers going into the compound. I saw them. I stopped them. One of them known as Brown. He's one of Ryan's friends. He said he cannot say much because Paria wasn't given any information about what is going on inside. Another person who was with him, who is also an employee at LMCS, told me they were stopped from getting help from the Coast Guard. I felt they didn't want to scare me and were giving me like small details. In less than half an hour, we saw an ambulance coming out of Paria. And when they were halfway through, my Uncle Alan stopped the driver. He asked the driver if there were any accidents that took place in there. The driver said he didn't know exactly what is going on, but he can only say that someone got took out from a pipe. He wasn't even sure if it was a pipe or he got injured, but he was full with oil. They took him to San Fernando General Hospital. We asked him if the person they took out was Rishi or what was his name. He said he don't know. We should go to Sando Hospital if we want to find out. My uncle asked him if there was someone in the ambulance at that time. He said no. My uncle asked if he knew someone we could call. He told us to hold on a few minutes. When he found out, it was Christopher Budram who came out. My Uncle Alan went back to the security and said, all these vehicles going in and out of this for the second time, an ambulance is coming out of the compound. And they still say no accident. They still don't know anything about what is going on, and not even a number to call the secretary. He said, a big company like this, and you don't have a number to call someone, and there's no one to help us, to give us information. One of the security ladies came out. Two others came out after her. They told us we can park inside the car park. There are two other vehicles inside there. She said she doesn't know if they are families of the victim. My Uncle Alan just nodded. We went into the compound in the car park. There were two vehicles parked inside. I saw Ryan's van.
That's when you told your son, Nikolai,
I told my elder son, Nikolai, to walk with me by the van. He held my hand and walked by the van, hugging me. We were both crying. I held on to his van and I begged God not to let anything happen to him. I said, please let this be a dream. Don't let this be happening. We stayed at the car park until 4 a.m. on the 26th February, 2022. No one from Paria came out and spoke to me. No one from LMCS called me or told me what happened. Saturday, 26th February. We went home to shower, change our clothes, and were taken back. From the vehicles we taken back with my Uncle Alan and others, my brothers and my sister, my cousins, everybody. We just went back to Paria. Nobody went to work. My son Nikolai and Nigel also went. My brothers Chase and Navin, my sister Anissa, as well as his husband. Everybody just headed back to Paria. The security said the car park is full. We can park and wait outside by the road. The security had no information this morning. Part of the barrier was up to at the car park. And we still went and we drove inside and parked. We went under the shed in the car park. I think it's a breakfast shed. There were no chairs, but some of us bought our own chairs. There were other families there. The Kerban family was there. Fazal Kerban's wife, Salisha, and her sister were present. His son, Michael, was also there. They spoke to me and shared what information they had. I believe that because of the state I was in, they didn't want to frighten me with too much details. They told me based on the information they had, there was a swirl in the water at first, thinking the men were at sea. They said then that they realized the men were trapped into the pipeline and there was a suction. They said that Ryan got sucked in first into the pipeline. They, the Caribbean, also said some people from inside Paria heard pounding on the line. They said Paria also didn't want the Caribbeans to go inside the compound. Michael told me when Christopher came out, he told him his father was right behind, and they didn't want to try and save his father and the rest of them. They did want to save his father and the rest of them, but the hose was too short. He said they came back out to get equipment, and then they were stopped by the Coast Guard. We waited outside under the shed. I saw someone parked in the car park across from where we were. I assumed it was another family. I walked by, asked who they were related to. They were Yusuf Henry's mother and sister. His father and stepfather also were there. None of the families had any information from Paria or LMCS. Everyone was just there being supportive to each other, hoping we would get a chance to go into the compound. Nicholas and his brother Michael were trying to get into the compound, but they were denied. They were told they needed to get a pass. Members of the public started coming in to drop water, chairs, food for the families. This started as an incident was being reported in the news. The media also came at the car park. Paria turned away trucks, tents, toilets, and chairs. The Oilfield Workers Trade Union, OWTU, also came to give us support. They spoke to Paria and told them the ladies who were in the car park had to go all the way to KFC, Churches Stricken, to use the washrooms. Paria then permitted toilets and the tents and chairs to be delivered to them. Many times we were at the car park. The security told us we weren't supposed to be there. The police also came to the car park. Some of the officers had guns. The OWTU spoke to the police. The OWTU tried to give us hope, encourage us to be strong. The OWTU was getting their information through some resource from the workers at the compound at Paria. Around lunchtime, someone from Paria came to the car park to let us know Paria wanted to have a meeting with us at the Petrotrin Sports Club. But the meeting would be held at 2:30 p.m. At the meeting, 2:30 p.m., the immediate families were there. One member of the media, who I know as Miss Radica, was present. She started to record the meeting, but she was asked to stop. Everyone was asked to turn off their phone. I think after the arguments within both companies and family, they were asked they can record after. Minister Stuart Young, Mr. Mushtaq Mohammed, and Mr. Colin Piper were present. Minister Young said they were doing everything in their power to get the divers out. Mr. Young said we had his word on that. He looked at Mr. Piper and Mr. Mohammed, and he asked them if he was right, and they said yes. They are doing what they can at the moment to get the divers out. Mr. Mohammed laughed. He chuckled, he bent down his head and laughed. People were annoyed by his laughter. Someone asked him what the joke was about. We were in a crisis. I told them I have a little baby waiting home for his dad, and all you can do is laugh? People ask questions about the pipeline. Most of the time, the Curbans were asking questions. Minister Young could not have responded to any of the questions. He didn't know the details of the pipe. Mr. Mohammed, Mr. Piper answered the questions. They were arguing back and forth. I cannot recall all the questions and answers. Paria, did not give us any detail of any rescue plan. They didn't know who was there. Yusuf, Fazal, and Ryan's family were in attendance. I can't recall if anyone from LMCS was there. This meeting lasted about 2 hours. We signed our names, put our telephone numbers on a sheet of paper. When the meeting ended, we went back to the car park. After the meeting, a person named Tara called me. She said she was a secretary at Paria. She told me that Paria wanted to communicate by WhatsApp or email rather than speak with me on the phone. The other families didn't want this. We wanted answers. We didn't want to be texting. We wanted Mr. Muhammad or Mr. Piper to come out and speak to us. Tara kept calling me 3 to 4 hours during that day and every day forward. As the hours passed by to say there was no update, Paria was trying its best to rescue the divers. That's what Tara told me. This information I got all through the night. I stayed under the shed the whole time to go home, just change and come back. Sunday, 27th February 2022. Sometime between 7:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Sunday, 27th February 2022. We heard it through the news that instead of recovery, Paria is now moving to recovery. I then called Tara to confirm. This is how we found out about the change in plan. We stayed in the car park all day Sunday. Monday, 28th February 2022. On Monday, Tara called me in the afternoon before it got dark. Russell, I was in the car park at Paria. She told me they recovered 3 bodies. And one was Rishi Nagasa, Yusuf Henry, and Fazal Kurban. I remember I started seeing dark. There was a generator close by, which I tried to grab because I knew I was going to fall. Then I called my sister Anissa, who was not too far from me. My sister and my uncle Alan came looking for me at that time. My family held me as I fainted. Someone brought a chair, put me to sit down. Coming out of the daze, my sister asked, "Who called me?" I told her what Tara told me. They then put me into my brother-in-law Inky's car. We were trying to get me to come out of the daze. The media was there. I recall some persons were quarreling with the media to get away from me. Fazal Kurban's wife, Talisha, also came out and asked me, who told me the bodies had been recovered. I told her it was Tara. My sister Anissa then took my phone from me and took messages from Tara on that day forward. Tuesday, 1st March 2022. I left home 6 a.m. on Tuesday, 1st March 2022 to go to the Forensic Science Center in St. James to identify Ryan's body. The body I viewed was swollen very badly and covered in oil. I could not recognize the body. It was eventually determined the body was Kazem Ali Jr. and not Ryan based on the clothing. My family, including my uncle, remained under the tent all day Tuesday. I went home after viewing the body. Wednesday, 2nd March 2022. I went to Paria car park on Wednesday. However, Paria didn't want me on the compound. During one conversation with Tara, a man took away the phone from her, told me very roughly that it doesn't make sense I am at the car park. When there is news, they would let me know. I told him I am not going anywhere. I'm staying right there. Come move me. During this time, Tara and I had a few words. And I know I did give her some Trini slang, and I did apologize to her the next morning. At some point, there were a meeting with LMCS and family. I can't recall if this was on Tuesday or Wednesday. Mr. Kazim Ali Sr. told us he did try to help in any way he could. He said he tried many times to get through to Paria, but Paria kept asking him to show a plan for rescue, which he did. He said Paria kept him going to his office to do a rescue plan to show Paria what they have. He said Paria kept turning him down, telling him it would not work, even though he had divers who were willing to go in. He said he tried everything in his power to get through to the Coast Guard, but they stopped LMCS. Michael Kerban also told me there were 2 speedboats came with divers with gears to help, but the Coast Guard pointed guns at a distance to shoot anyone who came closer. There were no more news on Wednesday from Paria. On Thursday, I, together with all my family, about 12:20 a.m., my uncle, my mom were at my home. They left that time. I went upstairs with my sons. My phone rang about 12:35 a.m. I recognized the number from the time the phone was ringing. It was Paria. Tara called. She said, "Condolences. We have found Rishi." She said that I should go to the Foreign Science Center 7:30 a.m. the next morning, which I did. I went with my brother-in-law, Inky, my eldest son, Nikolai, and my uncle, Alan. A lot of people had been telling me Ryan died first, so his body would be decomposed by the time he would be in pieces. Tara had also told me they wanted to make sure they would do their very best to take him out in one piece. Everything Tara told me, I stopped believing. After I had seen the body on Monday, I prayed and prayed because I kept begging God, please don't let Ryan come out in pieces. I put myself to view the worst. To identify his body in less than 10, I formed the view that he died not too long ago. I identify him based on his clothes and the scar he had on the back at a previous accident he had from a fallen gate not too long ago home at my house. Ryan's body looked like, to me, if you take a bucket of water and you just throw it on my husband. He was not swollen, he was nowhere into decompose, nowhere.
Is it Catherine Annie? What of Miss of Jamie Manadath Ali? Thank you. Yes, let's have that, please. Yes, please.
I, Jamie Manadat Ali,
solemnly swear
that
the evidence
I shall give
to this commission
in this case
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
Yes, please take a seat. Thank you very much for coming. You are Jamie, is that,
Yeah.
I got that right? And you're the wife of Kazim Ali.
Yeah.
And you provided a statement to us dated the 28th of September of this year. Right. Last year, I should say, yes. Thank you, as I say, for coming. I know it's not going to be easy, but if you would do your best, as I say, that statement that you provided, you have it in front of you,
Yes,
do you?
I do.
Yes, if you would read it then for us. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I, Jamie Manadat Ali, say as follows. I am 41 years old. I'm a registered nurse and I work mainly at the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex Pediatric Ward as a certified pediatric nurse. I am the wife of Kazim Jeremiah Ali Jr., who on the 25th of February 2022, with 4 others, survived an accident on a project at the Berth 6, Pointe-à-Pierre, only to be abandoned to die with 3 others some 40 hours later in a pipeline in Paria Fuel Trading Co. Limited, Paria premises, on Paria's instructions. We have 1 infant child together, Adama Maria Ali, born the 11th of December 2018. Around 4 p.m. on Friday, 25th February 2022, my father-in-law, Mr. Kazim Ali Sr., came to my home and told me there had been an accident. When I saw his face, I knew it was serious. He said there was an accident and that Kaz and 4 other workers were believed to be in the pipeline. He told me the names of the other workers. He told me that it was serious and there could be fatalities and rescue efforts were being undertaken. I asked him whether they had oxygen, how much they had, and how long they would last there for. Right after hearing this, I got my daughter and I prayed. Within 5 minutes, my father-in-law got a call and told me that 1 person was out. He told me it was Christopher Budram, and he said that everyone was alive and there was hope. My father-in-law told me that Christopher Budram had emerged unaided from the line to the top of the riser from where he was assisted into a boat to go ashore. I knew the other divers, and I was also familiar with the LMCS team who were at the scene. All of them were able-bodied men, including my husband. The sea was his life. I felt that they were good at what they did, and they would find a way out. At this time, I contacted a friend at the San Fernando General Hospital Accident and Emergency Department and was assured that they were going to be on standby all night to attend to Christopher Budram and the others when they came out. I also packed a hospital bag for my husband for when they came out. On the 25th of February 2022, there was no communication from Paria to me. All the communication that I had was through my father-in-law. And I also kept in touch with LMCS employee Rudolph Gonzalez, also known as Matthew, who was at the scene. I called him about every hour. I was informed by Kazim Ali Sr. that LMCS personnel were trying to coordinate a rescue effort. He told me that there were a number of divers on site, and this information also came from my husband's friend, Dave Ali, and some of my husband's friends who also went out to the site to render assistance. I am aware that Michael Kurban tried to dive but was stopped. After this, I was informed by Kazim Ali Sr. that LMCS personnel and volunteers were not being permitted to conduct any rescue operations, and that such operations were being handed over to the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard. Throughout the night of the 25th February 2022 and the morning of Saturday 26 February 2022, I kept in contact with Kazim Ali Sr. and Rudolph Gonzalez, who was on the barge at Berth 6. Both kept telling me that they were still waiting on permits from either the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard or Paria to conduct rescue operations. Mr. Kazim Ali Sr. said he was urgently pushing for immediate rescue operations. At around 4 p.m. on Saturday, 26 February 2022, I went to the main gate at Paria's head office and met with family members of the other workers who were waiting on information regarding rescue. I stayed for about half hour. I was looking for relatives of the other workers in order to speak with them. I only knew Vanessa, Rishi Nagasa's wife. She said they were just waiting and no one else knew what was going on. Everyone present was upset because of the lack of information and because nothing was being done to rescue them, the men. My father-in-law was in a meeting with personnel of Paria at this time. He told me that personnel from Paria wanted to meet with me to provide an update and would come to my home. I then headed home. Around 6 p.m., Paria's general manager, Mr. Mushtaq Mohammed, and his party, his security, Nerissa Davis, and another person came to my residence. This is the first time that anyone from Paria made contact with me. A number of my husband's friends who had been out at the site on Friday and all day on Saturday were present for this meeting. The general manager informed me that they were switching to recovery efforts, and this was met with an almost violent, meaning angry reaction, because as far as his friends were concerned, they had witnessed no rescue attempts being made, nor was any effort made to determine whether my husband and his co-workers were still alive. I thought that such a decision to move to recovery without any determination of survivors was premature and cruel. What he was saying was not what I wanted to hear. It was noise to me. The only thing I heard clearly was switching from rescue to recovery. Paria's corporate communications officer, Nerissa Davis, who was also present at my home, she promised to keep me updated regularly, but this did not happen. I next heard from her via WhatsApp when she sent me a press release on Sunday, 27 February at 4:58 p.m. I messaged her at 9:24 p.m. on Sunday. I asked her, "What is the latest update? You promised updates throughout the night. None was sent. It has been more than 24 hours since you spoke to me, and the situation remains the same." She responded at 12:01 p.m. on Monday, 28 February 2022, and said, "Dear Jamie, this is Nerissa. If you are available, I would like to provide an update, please." I think I may have missed a call from her before she sent this message. I spoke to her subsequently, and she told me that Paria had started pumping operations from Berth 5. I asked Mr. Kazim Ali Sr. to find out whether we could go to the site when the recovery was being done, as I was still hoping my husband and his friends would emerge alive. He informed me that no one was being allowed at the site and that all phones and cameras were being taken from on-site personnel by Paria, and that the recovery area was screened off. No one from LMCS was present at the recovery efforts. I was holding out hope. We were considering going out with a friend's boat to the site, but Paria would not allow anyone there. I can't recall who informed me of the recovery of the bodies on Monday, 28, 2022. I remember the Prime Minister saying that 4 bodies had been recovered when only 3 had been recovered. My mother, my mother-in-law, my sister-in-law, my husband's sister went to the Forensic Sciences Center to identify my husband's body. This was the first day my daughter had ever been sick, and I stayed home with her. Having worked in a large hospital, I've heard of and seen many people rescued from near impossible situations, like burning vehicles and buildings, road accidents. I find it a callous disregard for human life to claim it was too dangerous to rescue them, particularly as a bruised and injured Christopher was able to make his way unaided from the air pocket to the surface and is still alive.
Yes. Well, thank you very much indeed for coming. I know that's not easy for you, so thank you so much. You are free to go, and obviously you can stay and sit at the back. Thank you. Mr. Maharaj, is it Catherine Ali now? Yes, thank you. 1597, I think. Hello.
I, Catherine Ali,
solemnly swear
that the evidence I shall give to this commission in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much for coming, Ms. Ali. Mrs. Ali, you're the mother of Kazim,
Yes.
and obviously the wife of his dad, Kazim Ali Sr.
That's correct.
I know it's not easy, but we appreciate your coming very much indeed. So take your time. If you need a break, just ask, all right? I think you have a copy of the statement that you provided us in front of you, yes? Thank you. If you just tell us what you put in that statement, please.
Yes, I am the mother of Kazim Jeremiah Ali Jr. On Friday, the 25th of February, 2022, at approximately 4:15, I learned about a serious accident in Pointe-à-Pierre involving our son and 4 workers through a phone call from my husband, Kazim Sr. He had trouble getting through to me as I was on the road to Toko. I understood from the phone call that there was a serious accident and that 5 divers were missing, including Kazim. I understood that I should come home immediately. I had just arrived in Toko and returned immediately to Marabella, to the home of my son and his wife, Jamie, arriving at about 7 p.m. I was brought up to date on what had happened by my husband, and I learned of the survivor, Christopher Boudram, had brought himself. He had returned to the surface unaided, and of the interruption of the rescue plans for bringing the other 4 men to the surface. I was informed that Christopher Boudram brought himself unaided and was assisted out of the pipe. He said that the other divers were all alive in the pipeline and to go for them, and he promised that he would go back for them. I was in regular contact with my husband, and he provided me with updates. LMCS personnel remained on site Friday evening, waiting for rescue dive permits, listening to the missing divers, communicating distress calls. Several dive vessels and volunteer divers came to the Berth No. 6 site to render assistance to rescue the men from the pipe. Paria still refused to allow rescue, and in desperation, LMCS workers on the barge contacted the media to agitate and pressure Paria to take or allow action. On the 25th of February, I was party to phone calls between my husband Kazim and Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited arguing for work permits to allow a dive rescue by LMCS divers, and/or the many dive experts gathered at Berth 6, volunteering their service and having all the resources on site. I was in the same room as my husband while he was on those phone calls, and his telephone was on speaker. I don't recall who he was talking to on the phone at Paria. My understanding is that LMCS was seeking to perform a rescue on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Also, Paria seized all documents on the LMCH barge, which included certain permits to work. Paria's multiple decisions to violate the right to human life and the right not to be subjected to cruel and inhuman suffering remain unconscionable. Paria made these decisions as those inside the pipe continued tapping out distress calls well into Saturday, demonstrating proof of life. Paria instructed the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard to enforce their decision not to rescue, and armed members of the Coast Guard boarded the LMCS barge and carried out Paria's instructions. These were the updates which were given by LMCS personnel who were out there on the site to my husband. I heard a conversation between my husband and another person. The person said they heard tapping. They heard SOS code. I heard Kazim tell them to respond by tapping back so they would know they were heard. He said, tap louder and see if they tap louder, and then tap softer to see if they tap softer. They subsequently informed Kazim that when they tapped louder, a louder tap was returned, and when they tapped softer, a softer tap was returned. For me, interactive communication was established, conveying that the divers were alive. The tapping transmitted meaning, and the divers in the pipe were making SOS sounds and wanted to live. Throughout Saturday the 26th and Sunday the 27th, I witnessed at LMCS ongoing discussions between Kazim Ali Sr., his brothers Imtiaz and Hasib Ali, and former senior Petroton staff. This team also attended meetings with Kazim to convince Paria management to implement the rescue plan for the 4 men. This team were trying to do everything they could to address the situation, given the urgency of the situation. They prepared for the meeting with Paria, returned from the meeting with Paria in order to put things in place requested by Paria, and then returned again to Paria. 3 days of meetings, including in-person commitments from experienced commercial volunteer rescue divers, failed to change Paria's resolve not to conduct any rescue mission or to issue LMCS permits to resume the rescue of our people. They lied in their communications, claiming they were doing everything possible, dismissed Christopher Budram's urgent request to go back for them, who were waiting to be rescued, and did not respond to the continuous tapping out of distress calls. In a deadly runaround, pretending to be serious about rescue, yet having decided on recovery, Paria caused severe suffering to those in the pipeline, those on site, and those ashore. The strain of holding tensions, bristling to act urgently, and outraged by deliberate delay, generated friction, anguish, and torture. On Saturday morning, we met with family and friends who were locked outside Paria's gate, witnessed and objected to police harassment to disperse us, and sought information and counselling for them. LMCS provided trauma support through printed material, a hotline, an introduction to a psychotherapist, and sessions with trauma team professionals of the Franciscan Institute, and stress relief laser therapies. Paria never contacted me directly with respect to the incident. I identified the body of our only son, Kazim, on Tuesday, the 1st of March at St. James. Kaz and his father were very close and proudly ran LMCS together. It was wrong to bar a father from saving his son, and wrong to bar Michael Kerben from saving his father. All 4 LMCS men have families and friends who love them. Kaz and his wife Jamie are still in love. Paria's process lacked justice and integrity. There was no leadership, preparedness, or morality in Paria's decisions that killed 4 LMCS men who waited excruciatingly in the pipe until they could breathe no more.
Thank you very much indeed for coming. Your evidence is much appreciated. All right. You can stay or go as you please, obviously. Thank you once again. Now, we've reserved our position on 2 other witnesses. I understand that there's evidence from a member of the Kerben family in the statement that has been provided to us. Am I right that it is Celicia Kerben who is going to read that statement? Is it Mr. Ramadan who's going to read it? All right, Mr. Ramadan. Yeah, I think it would be more convenient if you sat down so that we can all hear what you're saying.
Thank you.
And I'd be grateful if you would just read the statement and no more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Statement by the Kerben family and certainly from Celicia Kerben, the wife of the deceased Faisal Kerben. On the 25th of February 2022, Faisal Kerben left home to go to work 8 a.m. in the morning. In the afternoon, his wife Celicia Kerben got a call from her son, Nicholas, saying that Faisal and his diving team were stocking up pipe at work. But it hasn't been long, and that not to worry, that, quote, we will get them out. It was all okay. Just a mishap at work. Hours later, family members gathered at a parking lot in Paria's compound, waiting on news of Faisal's whereabouts. Within 2 hours, family members of the other divers came to the parking lot, awaiting news as well. They heard no more news. However, all the family members knew that so many people were on site, including Faisal's other son Michael and Nicholas, who are experienced in the diving field, among people who work with Faisal on a day-to-day basis, his colleagues, his friends. So there was hope. There was hope for hours. All the family members expected that the divers were being helped and they would be rescued and everything would be fine. Until around 8 p.m. when Michael called from on site, saying that things weren't looking good. Despite that call, Celicia had all hope that her husband would be okay. Utmost faith that he and his friends would come out of the pipe alive, just that it would take a little more time. She believed that all hands were on deck, given the gravity of the situation, and that because of that, there was no way the divers wouldn't be rescued. All family members were waiting in the car park, expecting to see the divers alive as soon as they had been rescued. Faisal had gone to work on similar jobs over the span of more than 30 years and had come back home safely, every time. So it was very easy to hold on to hope. Most of the days on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday was spent at the Paria car park as well. The media was present every day, getting the story out to the public, which we appreciated. Many rights activists helped as well in getting the story out there, and it showed when members of the public and friends brought food, drinks, shelter, and lights
and many donations from various other local businesses offering assistance in any way they can, whether that be anything they needed, waiting in a car park, or for reaching out for help for the men stuck in any way they could. This effort from friends, family members, bystanders, and members of the public continued until Monday evening. There was a meeting with Paria on Saturday where they told us they were trying their best. After that, Paria communicated periodically with Faisal's family via WhatsApp, but the communication was sparse and vague and not very helpful. If it weren't for personal communication with LMCS workers, they would not have been privy to any updates. The only times they heard from Paria after that were the official statements that were issued for the public, which was not enough. They expected more communication and help from Paria, but it was not given. After the news on the 28th, all came crashing down. Their lives changed forever. We lost Faisal. All the good times became just memories. He was a family man. His family was the most important thing to him. Everything he did was for his family, and his family is who they are because of him. We owe everything to him. He loved us, and we continue to love him. He always knew how to have a good time. He is missed every day, especially during the recent Christmas season, which was without much joy or happiness, but passed with an air of sadness. Many acts of kindness and donations were offered to us during the season from members of the public and local companies. However, it should be noted that Paria has made no such effort. Just after the Christmas season came, what would have been Faisal's and Salicia's 34th wedding anniversary, which was a day of heartache and grief for Salicia, and later this month would have been his birthday, which will be a day full of low spirits for his family. Without the tremendous support from her family members, especially Salicia's brothers and sisters, from the hours waiting in the car park to present day, she would not have been able to cope as well as she has thus far. His family will not rest until justice is served. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Well, that is all the evidence from the victims that we will hear, victims' families that we'll hear today. Maybe all, we'll see. In the interim, we have evidence, I think, from Dr. Chetty. Yes, thank you very much. And is he ready and available to give evidence now? Thank you. Yes, his statement is at 3232. And I think given the shortness of time, we've not been able to do a full summary of his evidence, but we're going to, I think, is it you, Mr. Bissessar? Right. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, is he being allowed to give evidence and return for cross-examination? Because speaking for myself, I have not been able to read his statement far more to digest it.
Well, just a moment, Mr. Chetty, take a seat, would you? Yes, thank you. I indicated this morning that we had received this on Friday, and I made clear that we were concerned about this evidence being provided late. I did invite anyone to express any objection to his evidence being given this afternoon, which I had indicated we were going to seek to do. I've had no objection up until now, Mr. Peterson. I mean, we are struggling under the same, or laboring under the same time constraints as have you. And I do understand that it has been served extremely late. Nonetheless, I took the view with the team that this was important evidence that needed to be heard before this commission.
Well, yes, sir, I could not even make that determination, but what I thought, why I did not object earlier, is that he would be called, so we use up some of the time this afternoon instead of losing all of it, and we tag him on to Incotech tomorrow, so we finish all the evidence tomorrow. So I did not think it was prudent.
Are you asking for time to the extent that you would wish to reserve your position until tomorrow.
Yes, sir, but I'm not objecting. That's the point I'm making. I'm not objecting to him being called,
But
so we could use up the time we have today.
Let me ask, since he is here, if Mr. Chetty, do you, forgive me, Dr. Chetty, are you available tomorrow morning? You are. Well, that I think will then take care of your particular issue, Mr. Peterson. I understand it. Let me say straight away, I'm just slightly disappointed that you didn't express this earlier, because we could have made separate arrangements for that. Be that as it may, I think that it makes some sense for you to be able to reserve your cross-examination, if you have any, till tomorrow morning. Mr. Chetty, Dr. Chetty is available tomorrow morning, so that's what we'll do. What I will ask, though, is I think we were scheduled tomorrow morning to start at 10, were we? Or 10:30? Okay.
9:30 tomorrow and 11 on Wednesday.
Sorry,
Somebody said 10?
I think we were
Better,
10.
Oh, better.
I think we were 10, but we will be now 9:30 to give you that extra bit of time. Is everybody else in a position to be able to ask Dr. Chetty such questions as they might feel is necessary today? Good. Well, that's what we will do then. You'll go last and you can go tomorrow morning at 9:30. Dr. Chetty, would you mind then coming and taking the oath, please?
I, Glenn Chetty,
solemnly swear by the evidence
that the evidence
that I shall give
to
this commission
in this case
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
Right, please take a seat, and perhaps a bottle of water can be provided for. It is doctor, is it?
Yes.
Well, Dr. Chetty, thank you for coming. What's going to happen next is Miss Maharaj, who sits opposite you, is going to not summarize your statement, because we've not had it long enough to undertake that task. So what she's going to do is to read what we regard as being the salient aspects of your statement, or the paragraphs that represent the salient aspects. But the whole of your statement is available for everybody. It has already been made available for everybody. So please listen to those extracts that are read to us all. And then at the conclusion of that, Mr. Maharaj, who sits next to her, will ask you a few questions, all right, and we'll proceed in that way, reserving your final part of your evidence till tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you very much indeed. So, Ms. Maharaj, if you just help us with those extracts.
Thank you. Mr. Chetty's Dr. Chetty's witness statement is dated the 6th of January, 2022, and it's at page 3232 of the supplemental witness statement bundle. At paragraph 1, he says, I have over 30 years experience as a dive professional and have been involved in the diving industry in the Caribbean, Canada, England, and the United States of America. I am now a retired commercial diving instructor and Association of Diving Contractors Incorporated commercial diving supervisor. I have over 100 logged hours of commercial diving and over 3,000 hours as a scuba diver. I have trained and certified hundreds of persons in the areas of scuba diving, commercial diving, and underwater welding. And he sets out his certifications in that paragraph.
Thank you.
At paragraph 2, he states that he's also the managing director of Underwater Works Incorporated Limited. Between the years 2009 to 2018, UWIL, through me, offered training to persons who were desirous of becoming qualified commercial divers. Upon the completion of the course of study and required training at UWIL, the said persons were certified as commercial divers. At present, UWIL provides training and certification for persons who wish to acquire Professional Association of Diving Instructors, diving certifications, and recreational diving. At paragraphs 5 to 10 of his witness statement, Dr. Chetty sets out his involvement on the 25th of February, 2022 with respect to the incident, and he states as follows. At around 20 45 hours on the 25th February, I received a call from Mr. Rolf Seals. Mr. Seals was one of my commercial diving students, and I knew that he worked for Heritage. He informed me that 4 divers were sucked into a pipeline operated by Paria. I asked who those divers were and heard 2 names I was familiar with as being my former students. These persons were Faisal Kurban and Rishi Nagasa. Both Mr. Kurban and Mr. Nagasa were trained as commercial divers by UWIL. I immediately inquired from Mr. Seals as to whether the divers were on scuba equipment, and he responded in the affirmative. I told Mr. Seals that the divers ought not to have used scuba equipment for commercial diving operations. I asked Mr. Seals as to the nature of his call. Mr. Seals informed me that he was contacting me with respect to my ROV, remotely operated vehicle, with underwater camera system, and asked whether I could utilize same for the purposes of finding the missing divers. I asked Mr. Seals what the diameter of the pipeline was, and upon learning same, I advised Mr. Seals that my ROV was 36 inches wide with cameras and other accessories and therefore would not fit into the pipeline. I further informed Mr. Seals that my ROV had only arrived 2 days prior and was not yet completely assembled. I further informed Mr. Seals that I remained available to help and assist with respect to the rescue of the divers. Mr. Seals responded, stating that he would let me know. I then told Mr. Seals that an air umbilical ought to be inserted into the pipeline as soon as possible in order to assist the trapped divers who may be able to reach steam. During the course of Mr. Seals' commercial diving training at UWIL, he would have received training with respect to the rescue of divers and penetration diving. I am unaware as to whether such training was utilized with respect to this incident. Further, as part of the commercial training received by Mr. Kurban and Mr. Nagasa at UWIL, they ought to have known that the use of scuba equipment for commercial diving operations is discouraged and inherently dangerous. We train our divers not to use scuba for such operations. At paragraphs 11 to 14 of his witness statement, Dr. Chetty sets out the responsibilities of the client and the contractor with respect to the tendering and evaluation for commercial diving operations. At paragraph 14, he says, a dive contractor must ensure the safety of its divers, and it is the first responder in the event of an emergency occurring during an operation. A dive contractor must always be ready to implement its emergency response plan. In such cases where further divers are required, the dive contractor must be able to identify such personnel and arrange for such personnel to attend on site as soon as possible. At paragraph 13, he states, the client is not expected to have the expertise to execute the required job. In evaluating a tender, the client is required to be assisted by technical personnel in the area and an independent qualified dive superintendent, supervisor, or if available, a dive and client representative. No more than one dive and superintendent is required for the purposes of evaluating the risk assessments, job safety analysis, and emergency response plans submitted by the contractor. The dive superintendent also verifies the contractor divers' current qualifications, divers' names, divers' current fit to drive, divers' oxygen current certification, divers' logbooks, and the equipment that the contractor intends to use to complete the job safely. The dive superintendent must therefore have knowledge of the relevant diving standards, planning and execution of surface diving projects, including the responsibility for the safety and health of the dive team. She should have a diving supervisor qualification and be able to assist and advise other diving supervisors. 2, have a thorough knowledge of the system and relevant equipment, including related operational and emergency procedures. 3, have sound knowledge of the diving management system and relevant manuals needed on site specific, on the job site specific for dive safety. At paragraph 14, he stated, the dive superintendent is required to attend the finalization of risk assessments and job safety analysis meetings of the contractor prior to the execution of the job and must be present during the execution of the job. The dive superintendent is specifically working on the client's behalf to ensure the contractor is adhering strictly to its duties. At paragraphs 15 to 30 of his witness statement, Dr. Chetty sets out in detail the reasons for his views that the job on the 25th of February ought to have been done utilizing commercial diving equipment and not scuba. At paragraph 15, he says, the job on the 25th of February involved commercial diving with respect to repairs in oil pipeline. The job required commercial divers utilizing commercial diving equipment and not scuba equipment. The contractor for this job was LMCS and the client was Paria. Paragraph 16, he stated, from my review of documents filed before this commission, Mr. Kerben and Mr. Nagasa were trained as commercial divers by UWIL and acquired commercial diver certification. At my request, searches were made of the membership register of the Professional Association of Diving Instructors by my son, Nikolai Chedi, who is a PADI master instructor. From those searches, he was able to confirm that Mr. Christopher Budram and Mr. Kazim Ali Jr. was certified as scuba divers by PADI. With respect to Yusuf Henry, Mr. Henry commenced training for PADI scuba certification in August 2021 and attended one session. He did not return thereafter and did not complete the course of training. Mr. Henry is not PADI certified and his name does not appear on the PADI membership register. On the issue of rescue of a possible rescue operation, Dr. Chetty gives the following evidence from paragraph 35 onwards. When the divers became trapped inside the pipeline at Berth 6, the best time to attempt a rescue would have been on 25th February with the use of commercial divers and commercial diving equipment. From my reading of the witness statements, a rescue operation was feasible and could have been undertaken on the 25th February. There were suitably qualified divers who could have served as members of the dive team once they were willing to do so, namely and in the following capacities. 1, Conan Bido, diver entering into the pipeline. 2, Corey McCrawford, in-water tender and standby diver. 3, Conrad Bido, topside standby diver. 4, Ronald Ramatar, topside dive tender. And 5, Michael Kerben, topside dive tender. Dive supervisors would have been available from the 2 dive vessels, Gulfstream Eagle and Waterworld, which were on site at the time. Mr. Ramatar could have served as an additional in-water tender and standby diver, and additional topside dive tenders could have been found from those on the dive vessels, namely Waterworld, operated by Subsea Global Solutions, LLC. These divers, even though they could not enter the water, could have assisted in the tendering of the divers and the setting up of the surface-supplied dive spread. There was also suitable commercial diving equipment available. There were 2 vessels with total surface-supplied diving equipment. I can attest that I have trained surface-supply divers off the Gulfstream Eagle, a vessel operated by Offshore Technology Solutions Limited, and that the said vessel is equipped with surface-supplied equipment. I've also been on waterworks and have seen their surface-supplied equipment, which would have been suitable. To the best of my knowledge, divers attached to the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard would not have been trained, qualified, or able to conduct penetration diving within a pipeline. Mr. Michael Kerben and Mr. Andrew Farah, at least by the time of the arrival of the other commercial divers, would not have been permitted to act as divers or dive supervisors with respect to the rescue operation. They would have been traumatized at the time, and penetration diving requires divers without added stress. Preventing Mr. Michael Kerben from entering the pipe using the dive hooker was correct. A dive hooker was not made for penetration diving, and the condition of the hooker topside compressor, together with its capacity to provide adequate air to specific depths to the diver within the pipe, was unknown at the time. A penetration dive must be continuously risk assessed. A risk assessment, including mitigation measures, ought not to have taken longer than 30 minutes, and it would have been possible to generate a plan within that time frame. The risk assessment through this job safety analysis is not meant to be overly detailed and should be kept to short sentences. The risk assessment would have included the personnel involved, the gas volume requirement for the air to be supplied, the lengths of continuous umbilical available, U.S. Navy dive tables, on-call hyperbaric facility, medical hyperbaric doctor on call, potential hazards within the pipeline, failure of the diving equipment, changes in water conditions within the pipeline, matters which would lead to the abandonment of the rescue. The plan to conduct a rescue in the event that the rescue diver became trapped or otherwise failed to keep continuous communication with the dive supervisor. And the entry, this would be feet first. The hindrance would be that the surface supply diver will have to crawl backwards until he reaches the first diver. However, this helps as now he can grab the diver and attempt to get air to him or have topside pull both up to the surface face front. At paragraph 43, he states, it could have been deduced that there existed no unmovable blockages between the entrance of the pipeline and the location of the divers within the pipeline by the fact that Mr. Budram was able to make his way to the top of berth 6. Mr. Budram did so notwithstanding that he nursed injuries, and a suitable commercial diver would be certainly able to navigate the conditions within the pipeline. Mr. Kirban was also able to make his way a few feet past the elbow of the pipeline and make his return to the top of berth 6. At paragraph 47, he stated the final call to perform the penetration dive would have been with the expert divers, and the call to abandon the dive once started would be with the rescue diver or the dive supervisor. Upon arriving at the location of each trap diver, the rescue diver would provide a breathing apparatus in the form of an extra umbilical with mask attached, or a small bailout bottle with a mask and regulator attached to the trap diver and retrieve the diver. The dive tenders would pull the rescue diver and trap diver out of the pipeline. This process would be repeated until all divers were rescued. In the event that the trap divers were unresponsive, the rescue diver has the call to attempt to remove him or abandon the dive. With respect to the possibility of a Delta P incident during the rescue, the best conditions to effect a rescue would have been on Friday or the early morning hours of Saturday morning. In any event, commercial divers are trained to deal with and mitigate against the possibility of a Delta P incident. He then refers to section 517 of the ADCI manual.
Before you move on, would you read paragraph 46, please?
Yes. In light of the information provided by Mr. Budram and Mr. Kirban, and the competency of the commercial divers available, awaiting the arrival of a camera boroscope or ROV, would have been wasting precious time on conditions which were already permissible for a rescue. The use of a ROV camera is a mitigating measure, but it is not compulsory. The rescue diver would have been equipped with a camera in any event as part of his umbilical and would have provided live video feed to the dive supervisor. And then at paragraphs 50 to 53, Dr. Chetty refers to the Code of Practice for Safety in Commercial Diving Operations, and he states as follows. I was a member of the committee appointed to review the Code of Practice for Safety in Commercial Diving Operations. This standard is outdated, inadequate, and not in line with the international standard on commercial diving. A new standard was drafted by the Trinidad and Tobago, being the Trinidad and Tobago Standard Commercial Diving Operations Requirements for Safety. I believe that had the draft standard been mandatory, the tragic deaths of Mr. Ali, Mr. Nagasar, Mr. Kirban, and Mr. Henry could have been avoided. Clause 5.1.12 of the draft standard would have prohibited the use of scuba for this operation and would have, in any event, required the divers to be tethered. Clause 5.1.1.3 of the draft standard would have prohibited the use of divers in commercial diving operations who was certified by a recreational diving agency. The ADCI manual recognized PADI as one such recreational agency. Dr. Chedi, do you agree with what I've just read out as representing a true and correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
It clearly isn't everything.
Yes.
Obviously, it's selected paragraphs.
Yeah, I saw so.
But as I indicated earlier, the entirety of your statement has been placed before everyone, and they have had an opportunity to consider it. So anybody who wants to ask you anything about any part of it, they've been allowed to do just that. All right. So Mr. Maharaj, now who is counsel representing the Commission, is going to ask you some questions.
Good afternoon, Dr. Chedi.
Good afternoon.
I just want to ask you a few questions. You mentioned at paragraph 36 the name Conan Bedu. Do you know Conan Bedu?
No, I don't know him personally.
But you know of his...
I know of him and of his diving capabilities.
And how would you describe him? What are his, as far as you're concerned, his qualifications and experience?
Excellent. I have. He is a certified commercial diver, and from what I understand, he did start diving, and I have heard about him in the industry itself.
In the industry. Mm-hmm. Corey Mark Crawford is another name you mentioned. Do you know that person or of that person?
Yeah, I trained Corey many years ago, and he was very comfortable as a diver during the training process. And I know he went abroad and did some diving. I think it was in South Africa or somewhere. And yes, I know him as a competent diver as well.
And then the third name you mentioned was Conrad Bedu. What about him?
No, I don't know Conrad Bedu. I just, again, heard about him as well, that he was an ADCI certified diver.
ADCI. Ronald Ramuta.
I trained Ronald, and again, same like Corey, very competent divers. So I would recommend him to be there as part of that.
Michael Kurban.
Of course, I trained Michael as well. And he has always been strong diver as well. So, yes.
So from your witness statement, am I to take it that if Paria had discussions with these persons who were on site or who were available, a rescue plan could have been devised?
Well, they would also have to have a supervisor there, not these guys alone. A diving supervisor, certified diving supervisor, would have to have been present for a dive plan to be completed.
For a dive plan?
Yes, sir.
And a dive supervisor, do you know whether there was any such person available?
Yes. What I have there as well too, in the two diving vessels that were present at the time, there were diving supervisors present. So they could have chatted with those guys there as well.
Who were they?
Paria, or whoever was trying to get the plan done.
No. Who were the two persons?
I don't know. I can't remember the name. I don't know if one was Paul. I can't remember the other one's name. But I know that they had divers, supervisors present.
Since you're coming back tomorrow, would you be able to look at the records and see?
I can.
And so you could help us who are those two names?
Yeah, I can find out those two divers.
Now, you have been, you said that, well, let me put it this way. You are available in Trinidad to be retained to get advice in the diving industry in respect of diving.
Yeah, other companies have also asked me for advice.
Could you tell us some of the companies that have sought your advice?
In Trinidad?
Yeah.
I know that Atlantic had called, but that was it at one point. Paria never did, LMCS never did. Smaller companies, one working for Heritage. The names I can't remember totally, but
they had called me for advice, and that's new companies after Petrotron had closed down. And there was another company working with Heritage as well. Okay. Most of these companies know me because I have students, well, who train for me. So they came to me.
I'm asking you that because the question I want to ask you is that if Paria had contacted you on the 25th of February, when this incident occurred, would you have been available to give advice or to be retained by Paria to give advice?
I would have given them advice. Yeah. Anyone who had called me would always get advice. Yes, sir.
In your witness statement at paragraph 45, you mentioned that Mr. Budram further indicated that he felt 2 well seams within the pipeline while navigating his way through. And you mentioned that this is a method of determining distance within the pipeline. Could you help us to explain that?
Yes, and I continue there with ship husbandry. Ship husbandry basically is working underneath ships where divers would clean the bottom of ships that don't have access easily to the surface. I'm talking about huge ships. And I have heard from divers. I have never worked underneath one of these ships, but speaking to a lot of these divers and during the draft standards, we found out that divers who would lose their directions in which direction they can get out from under the ship would usually follow the seams, and they would know the distance or the direction in which to go. So when I heard about the seams in the pipeline, it was simple that you can work out, these divers are accustomed feeling these seams, and they could know the distance between, work it out, and the direction in which it goes.
Okay, at paragraph 1 of your witness statement, you gave us a list of companies or organizations which you were associated with. Could you tell us whether the Canadian Association of Diving Contractors, CADC, was any one of those associations you were associated with?
The DCBC, I had, that's the Diver Certification Board of Canada. I can't remember the exact year over here, but that's many years ago. When I was doing my dive supervisor course in Canada, I visited Working Divers with Gord Hay, that's the owner, and he introduced me to the standards, the DCBC standards, where I sat there on 2 occasions, learning about standards and also contributing. So at that point, I had learned a lot from the experts in the field as well.
Right. Okay. So you're no longer associated with that organization?
Oh, no.
At paragraph 49, in which you stated that in which you dealt with the possibility of a Delta P incident, do you, well, and you refer to certain literature on it. Could you explain basically what that literature stated?
Right. What I quoted there was the ADCI manual. Now, we were certifying in Trinidad under the ADCI, that's the Association of Diving Contractors International. So our school would follow, of course, that manual itself. And we trained everything according to the manual. Delta P was listed as part of the manual. And all our students were introduced to this section, and we'd read about it and study it as well to understand what Delta P is.
So when you said...
I wonder if we could have the next page of his statement on the screen, please. Because I think there you quote paragraph 5.17, I assume from the ADCI manual to which you've been referring. And can we see there it set out what it is that you say it instructs.
That is the example of 5.517.2 examples of delta P. That's what you're looking at?
No, I was looking at 5.17, an explanation, first of all, of what differential pressure is, delta P. It's written there, delta, as opposed to using the Greek symbol delta, but delta P anyway. A significant number of fatalities in the diving industry involve a differential pressure, delta P situation. Delta P is particularly insidious hazard for several reasons and sets out what they are.
Yes, sir.
Rather than you reading them, let me. Delta P is invisible to a diver and strikes suddenly without warning.
Quite true.
You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Once entrapped by delta P, there is almost no way to escape.
Correct.
If the velocity profile of a hazard is such that at the periphery, the diver may approach without any perceptible increase in the water flow velocity, by the time the diver can feel the water flow velocity, it is already at a dangerous level.
Correct.
In other words, he may be sucked to it.
Yeah, quickly.
Yeah, without being able to do anything about it.
Yeah.
Even small forces may be compounded by factors such as the immobilization of limbs or the geometry of the structure surrounding the delta P hazard.
Correct.
And then the application of as little as 77 pounds of force on the torso can impair respiration and disrupt blood flow. A diver's chest, back, or abdomen trapped against a 9-inch by 9-inch opening with a delta P of only 1 psi, that is less than 2.5 feet of water ahead, would experience 81 pounds of force.
That is true.
So just so that we can picture that in our minds. A 9-inch opening, let's say a 9-inch pipe, what about this? Something like that, yes? Circle, about 9 inches. That size opening with a delta P of only 1 psi, 1 psi pressure. What is the average tire on a car pressure?
Oh, 26.
That sort of stuff, right. So we're just
That example, if I may come to you, is like we use that for even swimming pools.
Right.
Right, where the intake is at the bottom of the pool. There's been, that's a delta P situation right there that has trapped divers or people cleaning the pool if the covering isn't there. And how it works is that if the pump cuts off or whatever is happening with the pump, it sucks the person in. So that's only that size, and we're talking about a swimming pool.
There are people who've been known to die at the bottom of a swimming pool.
Correct.
Cleaning the filter at the bottom of the pool.
That's simple intake.
Right. And somebody with just a snorkel, perhaps going down 10 feet just to clean the bottom of the pool. Sucked to the surface, sucked to it, stuck there, can't move.
Yes.
Relatively small amount of pressure.
Correct.
That's how powerful
delta P is.
And so you explain that, do you, to your students?
Oh yeah, and I also show them the ADCI video, not only with the one with the crab, I think which everybody is speaking about, but there are a number of videos that ADCI has on delta P.
We've
and
seen
all my students.
Okay. All right, lovely. Thank you.
And that explains, Dr. Shea, if you look on the recommendations on 5.173.
Yes, sir.
You see, it says, it is therefore important in your view, for if works have to be done, hazardous works, that steps are taken to identify potential delta P situation.
Of course, and it's not hard to identify delta P.
And if you notice that recommendations, attend a pre-job meeting to understand where the hazards may be. You see, that's one of the recommendations.
Yes, sir.
The third one, understand where the potential for delta P may exist. And then 2 points down, make sure the diver and supervisor know how the piping and the value systems work together. Yeah, system works together.
Yes, I mean, in that regard, third head of that that describes understand where potential for delta P may exist. When dealing with pipelines, is there always a danger for delta P?
Yes, always. Anytime you're around pipelines.
I mean, the little knowledge that I've gained in the time that I've been involved in this, it seems to me that it is almost a red flag for delta P if there is pipes involved.
Correct.
And even if you're able to dismiss the prospect in a particular case, you have to consider it as an issue before dismissing it, if you see what I mean.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
I have no further questions.
I might have a couple myself first. Yes, I wanted to ask you about something because it's not really reared its head very much in these hearings, but it seemed to me something as a layperson that might have been considered. If you turn to your paragraph 8 of your statement, please. You all right reading it on the screen, or would you prefer
I can
to
read
turn-
that. It's
Yes,
comfortable.
all right. You say this, I further informed Mr. Seals that I remained available to help and assist with respect to the rescue of the divers. Mr. Seals responded stating that he would let me know, pausing there for a moment. Mr. Seals knew you, you knew him because you trained him.
Yes.
Right. Were you called upon at any stage by Mr. Seals or anyone else to lend assistance?
No.
Right. You then went on to say this. I then told Mr. Seals that an air umbilical ought to be inserted into the pipeline as soon as possible in order to assist the trapped divers who may be able to reach same.
Yes.
Right? I'm envisaging you're putting a piece of pipe down there with a hose with, I mean, you don't literally mean just an empty piece of hose, do you?
No.
What do you mean with breathing apparatus on the end?
No. What I told him to do was send that umbilical, which is the hose, down into the pipe. Just send it down, and you open the air. It's something what we have in diving called a Nemo hose, a Nemo fathometer hose, which shows the depth. That always has air in it. Water would not get into it. So we can send that hose down and send it.
Is it pumping air out?
Yes.
Right. So unlike on that tank that we have in front with the mouthpiece, the regulator on the front, you see it on the floor there in front of you. That's got a regulator on it that you have to put into your mouth and start breathing before it operates.
Yeah, but you have to hold that with your teeth.
You have to put it in your mouth, hold with your teeth, and start breathing. Right.
And pull.
I understand that. But what you're suggesting is putting down a hose which has got air continuously flowing out. You don't have to breathe. You have to put it in your mouth. You don't have to do anything.
Yeah,
right?
that's for the initial stage. Just send it down.
Just send it down. Right. Yeah. Did you have when you made that suggestion to Mr. Seals, did you first of all appreciate how far down the vertical it was before it went along in the horizontal, or did you have any idea about that?
No, I just send it down.
Right. So your view at that stage, a very early stage, and ignorant perhaps of much of the facts, was, well, just send some air down there.
Yeah, just send it down. If guys are trapped anywhere underwater, anyway, just send it down. One may hold it and put it in his mouth.
Well, somebody might, if they were down there, they might have actually grabbed hold of it.
Yeah, and these are two guys who I knew were commercial divers. So, of course, they're going to see umbilical in their face, you know.
At the time when you were making that suggestion, were you aware, for example, that there was any potential for air pockets in the pipe itself?
No.
So you had no idea whether there was any such air pockets in there, or where they might be, obviously.
No.
But you thought that might help at least.
If you're going to send it down there, one might feel it, may see air bubbles coming out. I don't know. It was just a suggestion I made at that time.
No, I follow. I mean, to the layperson, seems like a sensible thing to do. I just wondered whether or not there was any hazard involved in doing that.
I don't think there would have been a hazard.
You didn't envisage it. If somebody had suggested to you that there was a potential for a latent delta P to still exist in the pipeline, would sending a piece of tube with air in it like that affect that?
No, it wouldn't affect it. The only way that would have had a second delta P would occur is because it was going to be done through the habitat. Remember, the habitat was now, it had air in the habitat again.
Pushing air down to the pipe.
If that had cut off again, the water would have started up a second time back into the pipe.
So removing the habitat was not a good idea.
Removing the habitat, but having it flooded with water, it's a whole lot of stuff that you had to take into consideration. Removing the habitat was a good idea. Yeah, it was a good idea. Just get rid of that habitat from there. Because it would have, if the divers, from what I understood, they would have had, the guys who were diving to try to get back into the pipe after Budram came out, it had air in there. What if that air, that compressor had stopped again? The water would have risen again and back into the pipe again. You understand what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
Okay.
And let me see if I can understand the position. You know, don't you, that that what caused this was a delta P?
Delta P.
Right. What preceded the delta P was the removal of plugs in a pipeline.
Correct.
Right? The removal of the plugs in the pipeline were being removed in circumstances where the habitat over the end of the pipeline was applying a certain amount of pressure to that pipe.
Correct.
Well, not to the contents of the pipe, obviously. It was applying that pressure within the habitat, pushing the water down.
Water down,
right.
Correct.
Once the plugs had been removed, or the first plug removed and the other one sucked in to the pipe and then stopped somewhere in it. Once that had happened, the pressure from the habitat returned everything back to normal, even though there was no longer a plug at the surface. It was down the pipe somewhere. Created a sort of equilibrium, didn't it?
Yeah, but remove that air now. What was the job of the air? The air inside of the pipe was to keep the water down.
Yes.
Remove that for the second time. On a second occasion.
Yes.
Water would rise again.
No.
I'm talking about the second delta P.
I do follow that. I do follow
Okay.
that. What I'm trying, and it's me, I'm sure, not understanding your answer, but the position in the pipe, whether there was a further chance of a second delta P or not, was at least stable at that moment in time.
Correct. It was stable at that time.
It's stable, right? And we've heard some evidence, and it seems to be the case, that something would have to happen to trigger a second delta P, even if that existed within the pipe, right?
Yes.
Something would have to happen to affect that stable condition.
Correct.
Right? What I'm asking you, I suppose, is this, is that at the time when we have this stable condition, you've got whatever PSI there is within this habitat pushing down on the pipe and the contents of the pipe between where it's open and where the plug has ended up. So whatever distance that is, the pressure is pushing down on that end. Do you follow?
Yes.
So if I stop that pressure all of a sudden, if I take that pressure away and open the pipe to just the atmosphere above, surely that is a factor which might affect the equilibrium, the stabilization of the
yes, sir.
So remove that and deep
yes.
So it's not a good idea to remove the habitat, then, is it?
No, it's not. It wasn't going to be to remove it. It was already there, and looking at time, it could have been to work with the habitat while it was over the pipe. You're talking about the initial before they removed the habitat.
Yes, I'm talking about. I mean, we've heard some evidence about the removal of this habitat and why it was thought appropriate.
Good.
But help me understand, have created that secondary delta P if one existed within the pipeline.
Yes.
Because you're taking one of the forces that
would.
exists away,
Yes.
aren't you? There is, whatever the PSI is, it doesn't matter for our purpose of our argument, but if there's a force, a downward force on the open end of the pipe, and you stop that, that changes the dynamic, doesn't it?
Anything that would affect the dynamics here could cause well, a delta P.
So the best thing to do, from what I can see at the moment, is to keep it as it is.
Yes.
Is that not right?
That's fine. Yeah, we could. Yeah.
I look to my colleague, Mr. Wilson, to disagree with me if I've got it right. But I think that's my way of thinking about the matter. Yes. Yeah. All right. Equally, would you agree that because we know this U-bend at the other end, at berth 5, had a cap, a sealed cap on it, right, sealing it off at that end, that also provided for a degree of the stabilization, didn't it, of the existing pipe?
Yes.
So if I open that end, it's not such a good idea either, is it?
No. That has to stay on.
So the net result is both things that were actually done might have actually made it worse rather than better. Because we know that that cap was taken off eventually, but before that, the habitat was removed. A new piece of pipe put on,
installed,
so that it went above the water line. That was fitted on. That was what was originally going to be done had this tragedy not occurred. So they put this new pipe on and then took the habitat away.
Yeah, and then the water would have equalized at that part, and then any air pockets in the pipe could have moved.
In other words, anybody who was breathing air in an air pocket inside the pipe might have lost that air.
Correct. It would have,
and drowned.
Moved. Yeah. Once you shifted anything there.
Well, that's what I thought. That's right. Yeah. All right. Look, thank you very much for that. Let me just check if there's anything else I want to ask you. Oh, yes. Paragraph 13 of your statement, if we can pull that up, please. Okay. Thank you. Yes, here you're saying this. The client is not expected to have the expertise to execute the required job. Now, the client here is Paria, isn't it? That's who you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
Right. So they're not expected, as they've been at pains to make clear during the course of this inquiry, to be able to carry out the work themselves or even have a deep understanding of the work. Their case is really that, look, we employ these experts, LMCS, to do the job because they're the ones who are expert in the field. Do you follow?
Correct.
So, and you seem to agree with that.
Yeah,
right?
I agree with that.
So I want to ask you in the next bit. It says, in evaluating a tender, the client is required to be assisted by technical personnel in the area and an independent qualified dive superintendent, or if available, a diving client representative. Now, pausing there, is what you're saying about that given that Paria don't have the expertise themselves, that what they would be doing, what they should do, or the prudent thing to do, would be to employ somebody independent to do that job for them, the assessment. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that, and that's why it's not just about Paria, it's about all clients who get involved with the diving business.
No, I follow that. But I mean, I'm concerned with this
diving
case, right?
Yeah. In this case, yes, must, and they should have had someone.
Given that they are saying their case is, this is expert work, which we do not know anything. It's not what we do. We know nothing about this. Experts are employed to do the job.
Correct.
And in effect, they've been saying that the expert must police themselves, right? That's what they're saying.
When you say police themselves?
Well, in that they are to make the risk assessments and then judge whether that risk assessment is enough themselves, because Paria don't have the expertise to do it.
And be on the site 24 hours.
Yeah. Supervise it all themselves, do it all themselves, all right? But what I think you're saying here is that in evaluating the tender, the client, that is Paria, should actually get somebody, because they can't do it, get somebody else to do it.
Correct.
The assessing. Because you go on to say no more than one diving superintendent is required for the purposes of evaluating the risk assessment, job safety analysis, and emergency response plan, right? Am I to understand that what you're saying is, look, the prudent and sensible thing here is for Paria, given their limited knowledge of this expert work, to employ someone else to look at what LMCS were going to do and say, well, yeah, your risk assessments work, your job safety analysis is good, and your emergency response plan is good. Correct. We're fine with that. Or to say, no, they're not.
And stop the job immediately.
Yes, exactly. So they would look at those things, make an assessment of, value judge what they've done, what LMCS have done, and then say, yes, it's good, or no, it isn't, and then be on site to be the, as it were, the eyes for the client.
Correct.
Obviously, that involves expense, doesn't it?
Well, yes.
All right. You finished that off in your paragraph 14. At the end of paragraph 14, you say the dive superintendent, this is this independent person, is specifically working on the client's behalf, on Paria's behalf, to ensure the contractor is adhering strictly to its duties.
Correct.
Gotcha. All right. Would you be kind enough to put up, please, page 12 of the 26, or 3243? Do you see there, you've given some illustration of the kind of headgear that the divers ought to have been wearing, as I understand it, whilst working inside the habitat?
Yes.
And you give these examples. This is figure 1. This is something called a Kirby Morgan Surface Supplied MOD 1 full face diving mask. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Look like a spaceman or something.
Correct.
That is a much lighter arrangement than the yellow one that my learner.
This is just about 2 pounds.
Weighs 2 pounds.
Yeah, about that.
So it's something you can work with.
Yeah, this is what you need to use in the habitat.
Right. Ought to have been using.
Ought to have been using.
So anybody in that habitat carrying out this sort of work ought to have been wearing something like that. I think there's another one, a Kirby Morgan band mask.
The band mask, yeah, but that's a little heavier. That's about 12 pounds.
That's quite a bit heavier, is it?
Yeah, but for these guys who work in there, I don't think it would be a problem for them. But those are about the lightest ones. And what is?
Well, I'm just thinking about it. You know, I mean, wearing 12 pounds on your head, bending down, looking into a pipe, might not be the most comfortable position to be in for very long, is it? You might be able to do it for 10 minutes or even half an hour.
Very true.
But I mean, carrying 12-pound additional weight on your head, bending forward, is.
But that's why I recommended this one. And
this one.
We have a lot of light ones, about 3-4 pounds as well. The
Right.
EXO band mask. It's not like if you're limited to just one. There's a wide range of full face surface
this is
supply
just an
diving
example.
masks.
I get it. It's just an example. All right. All right. But anyway, that would provide some sort of protection.
Of course.
Yeah. Next, can I ask you this? If you go to figure 2, please. That's it. Yeah, this is some sort of a harness that can be worn. I think
this is a 6-point.
Where is it? This is a what?
A 6-point harness.
Right. I'm not going to try it on before anybody says anything. All right? But this is the sort of thing, is it?
Yes. Yes.
That's
No,
the
I understand.
top.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So you climb into
But
it.
the
This
thing
either side of your
but
buttocks, as it were.
it's not
yeah?
just that alone. You have to have a place in the back of it like this one. If you look at the pit here, you will see that there's a hard piece in the back of it.
Right.
Where
Yes,
the
yes.
bailout bottle is attached to this. But the divers in the habitat can use this and have a small bailout bottle with them.
So something like that.
That's fine.
If the divers were wearing something like that, clipped on to the habitat?
Not the habitat, they'll be clipped onto the surface. The umbilical will be running to their hip, then to the hat, but the other part of it will be attached to the surface.
Right. So basically what they'd be wearing, a hat like we see in what we've just been looking at.
And the D-ring to the side.
Just a minute. They'd be wearing a wetsuit?
Yes, wetsuit.
A wetsuit, then this over the top of the wetsuit.
Correct.
Right? arms through here.
Yes.
Yes. And then legs through that part.
Correct.
Buckled up at the front.
Yes.
With this. Yes. And then there'd be some sort of tether, would there, on these?
On the sides. Yeah.
On these. Yes. What a kind of, just the umbilical or something separate?
No, well, the entire umbilical will be hooked with a carabiner on that.
On here?
Yeah, on that.
So it would
and
go
then
from
the
here
air would run
round
to the
into the person's mouth.
Well, the heart.
To that. All right. And that would all be connected to the surface.
Correct.
So if there had been the kind of delta P we're talking about, yes, and they were sucked into the, attempted to be sucked into the pipe, they would be connected to the surface by that.
Yeah, the umbilical would be comprising of a strength member, not a piece of rope or such, but it's a strength member. And that is all wrapped around the umbilical, like the next photo you would see lower down. And
Yes,
that strength member ends
picture,
here.
please. Just scroll to the next page.
Right,
yes.
that is what you call an umbilical.
That's coiled up, isn't it?
Yes, so that's 3 or 4 umbilicals there. One end is connected to the surface, to the air manifold system, which sends air to the diver. The strength member, which is like a rope then, a strong rope, is connected to the barge.
Made of rope or metal?
Rope. Everything is made of that. Everything there is except for the rope, right? And everything is hose, and the communication systems and all that, and the video as well. The strength member, which is a rope, which is also wrapped in that strength member is attached to the barge or to the ship or somewhere onto the boat itself. Very short, not all long, but just short. So if it's pulled, the tender who is holding the other end, if it slips out of his hands like a delta P, it's going to slip out of his hands.
There's no way he's going to hold it. No.
Right. The other end is attached to the boat. So that they may be sucked in, they may be banged up, but at least, we can find them.
I mean, even if it ripped itself off the cleat on the boat, it would still have an umbilical that would go into the pipe
Of course,
with the person.
yeah. Those umbilicals are pretty long, 300 feet, maybe 4, 5. Mm-hmm.
Right. 300 feet.
Yeah.
All right. And your view is that when you're carrying out that kind of work, that is how you should be tethered inside the.
And one important thing about the umbilical is that the umbilical must never be joined.
Never be joined?
Never be joined. What I mean by joined is that people like to connect umbilicals.
Yes.
On some of my where I was asked to visit some of these companies, I have seen they have joined umbilicals, and that is something that is frowned upon by standards. What happened? 2 things happen is that on force, that joining could pull.
Yeah.
So that's the air brake right here, and you will not get air.
Yeah.
Okay. The second one is that the gas volume that is coming from the surface, there's a slight restriction at that point where it is joined. So the amount of air that's going to the diver will be a little less.
Right. I mean, obviously that would be in the sort of conditions where you're carrying out the work. There might be justification, can I suggest, if it's right, that you might want to join them if you were trying to effect a rescue that needed more than 300 feet.
No, I will find an umbilical.
Sorry?
I will look for an umbilical that's longer than 300 feet.
Yes,
I would not be comfortable
if
with
it was
joining.
in Jamaica, that wouldn't be much use to you in an emergency situation, would it?
Where?
If the longer one was in Jamaica rather than nearby.
Oh, no. There are companies here in Trinidad that have longer ones as well.
They do?
Yeah.
All right, good. All right, super. All right, thank you very much. Let me just, just make sure I haven't got anything else to ask you. I do. Yes. Paragraph 46, please. Yes, you address an issue that has been an issue we've been concerned with in this inquiry. In the light of the information provided by Mr. Boudram and Mr. Michael Kerban, and the competency of the commercial divers available, awaiting the arrival of a camera, boroscope, or ROV would have been wasting precious time on conditions which were already permissible for a rescue. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Do I take it from that what you are doing is to say we have a timeline to save these people?
Correct.
And every hour that passes, that timeline is more likely to expire and therefore they will be dead.
Correct.
And so it was important, whilst it would be a really good idea to have a camera look at the inside of the pipe, if that took too long, then you have to do away with that and make an assessment without it.
Correct, because as I said, after that, the diver will have a camera on his head.
Indeed. And if he had met, as I think Mr. Ramadar suggested, a crocodile coming in the other direction, you would have been able to see it. I know it's a facetious question, but since he asked it in that way, I put it in the same way, all right? I mean, the reality is, what I'm suggesting is that once you're down, the person who's got this on his head, or wherever it is he's looking, you'll be able to see.
No, yes, but what is more important for that statement would be the supervisor would see a lot better sometimes than the diver himself. The camera is focused here on his head, right? Some of them have it here, but most of them have it here.
Pointing in
right
which direction?
In full direction of him. It will have light and camera in one. The supervisors sitting there would be able to see a lot, sometimes more than what the diver himself
can see with his eyes, with the protector, all the other gear around his
Correct.
head. Right.
So that's basically there for the supervisor
And so
to
the
see.
supervisor could be telling him there's a crocodile coming, if that's what you want to say.
Or there's someone in front of you, or
Right.
there's something,
Yes, yes. So, and they're in communication with each other.
At all the times, especially for a dive like this, yes.
So if either vision or oral, auditory communication were lost, you could have a plan for removing the diver immediately.
Yeah, all commercial divers follow a standard within the standard or the dive manual itself that talks about the U.S. Navy signals where we pull. So we have one signal will mean something, two, and we just recap it before we dive. So we have the out of loss of communication signals.
Right. So if you lost vision and audio, you'd be able to say, right, give him 2 pulls or 1 pull or whatever it is.
It's more than 4 pulls. You will be panicking, so you're going to pull a lot, and that's enough to take you out.
Get me out. Yeah. Right. I think that's all I need to ask you, Doctor. Yes, it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilson, I think that's a question.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chidi.
Yes,
I just want to go back to figure 3, where you were showing the different types of hats, and I want to ask you something for clarification.
Figure 3?
Yeah, with the different
umbilicals.
That's umbilical. Well, just higher up.
Which
with
one?
With the hats. With the
You're looking at the masks, are you?
That's one.
Yeah, this is the 2 of those are
Right.
Figure 1. Right?
Just higher up. Sorry, figure.
The other way. Go the other way. The other way. The other way. That's
up to the hats, the face. Past
There we
that.
go.
Right straight to the top of the
That's
that one. I just heard you indicate that this is the type of mask. I understand it's an example that you'll be expecting the divers to work to in the habitat. Upon demonstrating the harness and with your recommendation that this is supposed to be done with surface applied air, just for the clarification, my clarification, once you dive in with hard hat and stuff, you get to the habitat. If you could walk me through that, the process that a diver would go from hard hat to this.
No hard hat. We don't use. I would never recommend that heavy 35 pounds hard hat to be used even from the surface to the habitat.
Okay.
That's
no
you
problem.
don't need to do that. This is the hat that you stay on at
So
all
you
times.
use this hat to dive
From
straight to the
from-
habitat.
Yeah, from the entrance
Okay,
to the
that's
water.
that's
Yeah.
a clarification.
Yeah, I
So
wouldn't
you
use
would
that hard
go
hat. You can't, no, there's no way to take off that hard hat by yourself.
Well, that's what I was
Right?
going with,
That's basically impossible to do.
No, listen.
We usually have tenders. So
Yeah.
in the habitat, there's no one to help you there.
The reason why I was asking, and that's why I wanted the clarification, we heard testimony earlier that surface supply diving, not known standard. No, not this hat really, but.
Oh, you have a hat here.
Yes. But not
That's a
making reference to
27.
that. Yeah, 27, all 27. Yeah. Earlier we heard that, you know, because we dive into, well, not we, there's a dive executed to a standard, surface applied, diver gets to the habitat, de-rigs, and then he would use one of those hats, fake bandmasts to execute the job. So why I wanted clarity for that is with the Delta P incident, if he de-rigged, and that was set up in the habitat for use of the diver. Once he gets into the habitat, the probability that he might be attached to the surface is not.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
We have never thought about any time to any of our students to ever take off their equipment underwater.
Yeah.
So that's why we use that hat from the time you leave the surface, you keep it on until the time you exit.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification. All right. Right.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I have real trouble with the idea of somebody wearing this thing and having to take it off inside that. Right, good. Well, that's very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Right, questions from others, please. We will proceed until 5 o'clock and then we'll stop. So first of all, hands up, those who want to ask a question. Right, good. I know Mr. Peterson does. All right, so we'll start with Miss Alfonso, please, from the union.
Pardon?
Yes.
Yes.
You've arranged for this witness to be
Yes.
called. So,
Yes.
I mean, all witnesses are our witnesses, and this is a witness tendered as an expert rather than anything else, even though he had some minor connection on the day. We've taken a position hitherto that those who are most closely associated with the witness should have the opportunity to go last. That's the position I've adopted. So I'm perfectly content for you to go now, but you're not going to get a second bite of the cherry. So if you want to wait until after Mr. Peterson has asked questions tomorrow, you are more than welcome to wait until then.
I was so, like Pavlov's dogs, anxious to put my hand up at a very early stage. But yes,
Very
Mr.
wise,
Chairman.
very wise.
I'm a well-trained Pavlov dog.
Do you wish to go last?
I will go last, Mr. Chairman. But
Then
I said I
will-
was so anxious to make sure I did not miss my
Then I will
turn.
permit that, and I appreciate Mr. Peterson pointing it out to me. So yes, you will go last. Well, yeah, I gathered that much, and I'm grateful. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. So, Mr. Ramadar, do I see you, Mr. Pegas, also wanting to ask some questions?
Not this afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My issue is very simple and narrow. This witness has referenced certain conversations with a witness that I placed before the commission in the person of Mr. Rolf Seals.
Yes.
Now, I had no instructions from Mr. Rolf Seals with respect to this witness's interaction with him. So I'm simply asking for the opportunity to confirm that. And if there is a need for me to put anything to him, I would ask to do so tomorrow morning.
Right. Well, first of all, I understand your position. I did, again, I reiterate, point this out first thing this morning, asking everybody to look at the statement during the course of the day. And I do appreciate he mentions Mr. Seals on a number of occasions. I'm not sure how vital it is, but there is that content there. I rather suggest, or I think the likelihood is that we're unlikely to get to you before 5 o'clock today in any event. So, Mr. Ramadar, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And Dr. Cherry, I understand you're also a lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Could you help us a little bit? from your understanding of the circumstances from the accident around 3 o'clock to a survivor exiting the environment around 5:30, what level of anxiety would you have had to entertain a rescue plan?
Could you just say it again? Sorry, I
Of
just
course.
lost you there a sec.
Yes.
Okay.
Knowing what you do today, that the incident occurred around 3 o'clock, and that there was a survivor coming out of the pipe around 5:30 thereabouts, what level of anxiety or urgency would you have assumed would have been required to entertain a rescue effort?
Very high anxiety.
Yes. And anxiety transforms itself into time frames, isn't it?
In that case, yes, sir.
Yes. You would not have considered, as a true professional, hours if it could be avoided and be done in a shorter period of time, isn't it?
Once it could be done safely, yes, sir.
Yes.
Shortly.
And to ensure that you could expand the period of survivability, you have told us here today that you had suggested that a hose, and I use that term loosely, an umbilical, be placed into the pipe for the purpose of admitting air, so that if divers were closer by, they could benefit from that and extend their lives, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Sitting as you are today, do you know whether any such effort was made?
No, sir, I don't know.
Would it surprise you to learn from all the evidence we've heard so far that no such effort was made?
I made a suggestion, so I don't know.
But was it a loose suggestion or one for sustenance of life?
Well, as an instructor, when I hear something like that immediately, I mean, there's a lot of textbooks in my head.
Yeah.
I immediately would come up with a suggestion, not knowing full details. Send air to the person.
Of course.
That's just natural.
Well, very early on in the inquiry, we actually had asked Mr. Way, one of the incident management team members, whether they even considered that. And till this day, we've heard no witness say that they did entertain it, first of all, and two, act upon it to put a sustenance in terms of air into the pipe.
It's a simple thing.
Simple thing, that's what I thought. Now, to be clear, you may have it in your statement, but for the benefit of many others, are you being paid for the evidence you give today?
No, sir.
Of course. Do you expect to be retained by Paria into the future?
No.
No. Have you been retained by Paria in the past?
No, sir, I've never, no.
No. So you consider your evidence today? No, this is no trick, I'm telling you.
Oh, okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Right. You consider the evidence that you've come to give today is that of a professional giving the best he could in all of the circumstances that have been made available to you.
Yeah, not only for the Paria incident, for the Trinidad and Tobago as well.
You see, we need more of that in this country. Okay? So that they have...
Those speeches.
Oh, that's Wednesday, is it?
That's it. Is. Don't forget it. Or I might remove it on the basis you've already made it.
So let's see now. You have come as a patriot to give the best information that you could share with us moving forward to ensure that if something like this should recur, what is the best practice we should adopt? Yes. Now, as you've told us already, the anxiety for the rescue in your mind should have been quite high. Would you sacrifice the need for a paper-written risk assessment and for a paper-written or digitally prepared dive plan? Would you sacrifice that?
As I wrote there, digitally, no. Paper, yes. But it wouldn't take long to do.
There you go. And if persons were offering information but on the scene, in the midst of all that anxiety, would it be reasonable to expect, in that light, you're telling people things that you need to do, get it done, and they're ignoring you until you put it in writing? Would that be a reasonable position to take from a position of authority to say, no, put it in writing? Or
the only thing that would be done there in writing would have been a dive plan, which, as I said before, it could be done in less than 30 minutes. And that's very quick to do. I mean, you have the experts there already.
There you go. Now, are you aware, as you are today, of the equipment that was made available that evening by many others like yourself who came there to help? Do you know the nature and quality of the equipment that was brought to bear on a possible rescue?
OTSL boat, I had worked on that boat before, training divers through that boat. They were full of equipment, everything possible that they would have, even a chamber. I have been on, well, I'm going to say Miami divers because that's what I'm accustomed to. And they have equipment as well, surface supply equipment as well, full equipment. And a rescue could have been used, could have been attempted as such using that equipment.
And in terms of the, there was a little bit of a rush from my friends when it was spoken about the length of the umbilical, and it was not advisable to join it. What was the length of the umbilicals, as far as you're aware, that would have been available that evening or into the night of the 25th of February?
I can't remember exactly now the length of umbilical that would have been on the boats as such, right? However, what is important for the is not so much the length of the umbilical. What was important was the U.S. Navy dive manual stated that you have to have time in which a diver have to go into that pipe.
Right.
And what I'm talking about here is decompression, non-decompression time. So you're going down 60 feet. The U.S. Navy dive table is very clear that if you're at 60 feet, you go to the next one, which is 70 feet, and checking the time that you're still underwater, which allows you 48 minutes.
Right.
So a diver could only go down there up to 48 minutes. That's returning,
yes,
right? Staying down and coming back to the surface without getting nitrogen, excess nitrogen in his system. So that gives you 60 feet, which is like about, in this situation where he's going feet first, it's going to take about 5 minutes. By the time he reaches the bend here, then he has about another couple of minutes or even longer at that point to turn. So that gives you now, remember half the time we're dealing with it because he has to come back out.
Of course, I get it.
It gets about 15 to 20 minutes into the pipe now to search for anyone that's there.
Beautiful.
So again, so he has umbilical. The umbilical is not the issue.
I appreciate that.
Right.
But the distance into the pipe is?
Yes.
Right. So in terms, knowing what you do, that Christopher Boudram had articulated that he had counted 2 well seams. And we've learned from many others that a length of pipe is 40. Approximately 40 feet. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
So we're looking at 80 feet, 120 feet maximum. Is that an insurmountable opposition to a rescue? Having regard to the fact that you have your umbilical, you have divers, and you have other equipment that may be required.
No, it's not insurmountable as such as you put it. It's just the other factors that you will have. Again, as I said, the amount of air available, the skill of the divers available. But attempt could have been made at that point because all the guys were there. So, and the umbilical was there. The supervisors were there to bring them back safely out of the pipe.
Thank you. So we had personnel, adequate personnel, from what you know.
Yes, sir.
Adequate equipment.
Yes, sir.
We had unlimited air in terms of the umbilicals.
Correct.
And nobody called you back. Nobody called you. Said Mr. Seal said he'll call you back.
Well, I just told him I'm always available for anything, which is normal. I mean.
And what did he respond to you?
I'll call you back or something like that. Yeah, I'll get back to you.
Yeah. Did anybody call you back, get back to you?
No, sir.
You appreciate that you had a viable position in terms of endeavoring a rescue?
Yes. In fact, what I also added, if I may.
Yes, of course.
My son had visited Michael there at the scene outside Paria.
Oh.
And my son is an instructor, master instructor, scuba diver. So he had visited them and chatted with them. And I told him over the phone, I said, tell them if they need me at any point for anything, let me know. And I remember speaking to Michael very quickly about a couple of things, but I knew that the situation that they were in, so I didn't want us to take too long. But I told him, I said, if you want need me for anything, let me know. Yeah. But I'm not coming by the gate there.
No. And certainly this would have been sometime after.
That would have been on
Saturday.
When they gathered by the gate. I can't remember.
It wouldn't have been the same night.
No.
No. Thank you very much. And you do know that there were Coast Guards men armed there on site.
I don't know about the arm. I don't know anything about that. Nobody told me about that. I know about it after.
Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to tell you it's not yet 5, and I'm done. Thank you.
Yes, you catch me out, I'm afraid, Mr. Ramadan. All right. Are you in a position, Ms. Prasad Maharaj, to ask your questions now?
I am, please.
Please do.
Good afternoon. The name is Kamini Prasad Maharaj, and I represent LMCS Limited. I'd like to refer you to the figure 1, which is on screen. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
With the Kirby Morgan surface supply. My question to you is, this is in relation, a PPE in relation to dive-in operations and work conducted within the chamber. That's what your evidence
Within the
is.
habitat, yes.
All right. The question is, in respect of works that are to be conducted within the chamber, there are to be hot works at some point in time within the chamber. That's welding. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Would there be need for additional apparels or segments of this this picture that we're looking at, this mask?
Yes, there would be.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that would necessarily add weight
No.
and bulk? Well,
No.
Could you explain?
Okay, let me explain.
Yes.
All right. First of all, no underwater welding jobs or any kind of burning, cutting or anything must be done on scuba. So it's going to be on surface supply with a mask like that. But if you could, I'll come back to this one, but let me go up to the other one, if you don't mind, to go up to the other figure. Right, this one, there is a connection by Kirby Morgan. I'm supposing it will fit the first one as well. But we have used this mask where there's a connection. You see those holes on top there along the band, the silver part? There are screws that can go in there. And onto the side where we attach a welding mask to it. Just a thin welding piece of equipment, which can raise to do work and then back down to weld and cut. And I'm supposing that with Kirby Morgan, they would also have an attachment, or you can make an attachment for that one on top.
And this is the mass that is 12 pounds.
This one is 12, the other one is only 2 pounds.
And just to confirm, the one that is just 2 pounds wouldn't be one that we can use for welding or any kind of...
Yes, what I'm saying is that you can attach the visors to that. There is no big deal to that.
To this very one that is 2 pounds.
Yeah, we can make it work. We have done it before.
And it would be a safe system of work for the person operating hot works.
Yeah, because they just raise it off.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at material and that kind of thing. So that's what I'm asking you.
Or the material meaning the rubber?
Because what I'm thinking, and I'm not a welder, I'm not a diver, but what I'm thinking is that you would need an apparel or that protects you. That's what the PPE
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
What you see with this one, it's fitted close to you. Yeah. And if you know some welders, what they have is the welding mask, the one that you put over your face. That could have gone on that, over your head, and that will protect your entire face.
Right. And so in any event, in addition to this, there is something additional that the workers would have had in order to be safely performing their work within the chamber.
Welding work or cutting work, if not normal.
Right. All right. In relation to diving qualifications.
Yes, ma'am.
Does a commercial diver necessarily have to be a PADI certified diver? First?
In my school, what I do, I recommend that all persons who come to us to do commercial diving should be scuba certified. Not PADI as such only, but scuba. PADI is not the only, right, but scuba certified. And the reason for that being is that it gives them an opportunity to see if, hey, am I going to spend this large amount of money for something I don't like? So I get them involved in scuba, get them diving at 60, 70 feet of depth, put them into night diving as well, all that sort of thing. And then we move them on to commercial.
All right. At your paragraph 13, if you can be taken to it, You said that you verified in relation to Mr. Henry
Yes, ma'am.
that he had not been certified?
Yes.
All right. So my instructions are is that he was in fact PADI certified and had, as you mentioned, that he had one session of training. Yeah, but the one session of training you're referring to is in relation to scuba, not so?
Yeah, well,
PADI.
since you asked that question, if I may, I may tell you this part. I don't know what your instructions are.
Yeah.
But Mr. Kazim Ali called me sometimes after the incident and asked me for if I had Yusuf's certification card. I told him, no, Yusuf never trained with me. Right? So, and then I called my son because usually I'll call him for that. And he said he remembered Yusuf and he came to the pool one time, just one time. So I have him check PADI to see what certification, if he went somewhere else. So I told him, before you check and see if you see Budram. He found Budram. I said, check and see if you see Junior Kazim Ali's son. He said, yes, he saw that as well. Check on the same thing and see if you saw Yusuf. And I gave him the full name. He said, no, it is not there. So I don't know. I could only say what PADI itself is showing on their website.
All right. So my instructions are that he was being certified for commercial diving and was already certified for PADI diving.
I don't understand that. I really don't understand what does that mean? I don't understand what you're saying. Where would he get commercial certification?
No, he hadn't been commercially.
Just a minute. We're going to have a debate about it. Either he is PADI certified or he's not. If he is, let's have a look at the certificate. All right.
Certainly.
If he was going through a training process thereafter and hadn't quite completed any commercial training, you could let us have that as well.
Certainly,
right?
please.
There's little point in us going back
Certainly,
and forth, right?
Certainly. In relation to the evidence that Mr. Chairman took you through for the removal of the hyperbaric chamber and there being a possibility of an occurrence of a second delta P or the conditions changing within the pipeline, I would like to walk you through the rationale that was provided by LMCS in relation to the process there. I understand what your evidence is, but I would like to put to you what it is that, right. Mm-hmm. So as I understand it, the riser that was now going to be, that had already been cut, the new section was installed, thereby taking it out of the water. Yes?
Yes.
All right. And the proposal was to have that inserted, the chamber removed, and then the blank removed at berth number 5.
Correct.
Yes, you follow me?
Yes, I follow you.
That wasn't the proposal.
Sorry?
That is not the evidence. The evidence is, first of all, an application was made by Mr. Ali to have, in consultation with the IMT, to put the riser on.
Yes.
And thereby removing the habitat, because there was a concern that if the compressor that was providing the air inside the habitat packed up, that the water would then rush into the existing pipe. That was the application. There was a completely separate application for removing the blank at berth 5, which was to do with whether or not they could hear knocking at that. They're not connected.
Well, as I understand it, I stand corrected, but as I understand the evidence from Mr. Ali himself, that was his proposal to the IMT to Mr. Piper, I think it was.
I don't understand it that way. I'm happy to be corrected, but I had understood they to be two separate matters. And indeed, the IMT went ahead with the first one, that is to remove the habitat and put the extension pipe on. And it was many hours before they removed the blank.
So the actual execution of what that proposal wasn't what the actual proposal that Mr. Ali had to the...
Well, either way, it wasn't going to be simultaneous, was it?
No. It wouldn't.
Whichever way you did it, whether there was hours in between the two or not, there had to come a point in time when one was done and then the other.
Certainly. Certainly.
So why don't we address it that way, and then we can worry about the exact way in which Mr. Ali put it later on.
Certainly. So my question to you was that in relation to the riser being out of the water, on both ends, and it being isolated from any other connection, whether or not the pressure within, and I understand what you said earlier, but whether or not there was a second violent delta P possibility within the pipeline.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
I don't understand.
I mean, are you saying that all of a sudden they just go like that, remove them in one instant, or
no?
Because whichever way you do it, you're going to have to do one then the other.
Certainly.
Right? So, which one do you want to take first?
We'll insert in the riser at Berth 6.
Right.
Right. So we would have to insert the riser, which was done on the night of the 25th. Yes?
Yes.
Right. Now, within the pipeline, there were air pockets,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Right. The question is in relation to the movement or the possibility of a second, this is the first point, right? A second delta P occurring at that point in time.
By putting the riser up there may not even interfere with it. Most likely would not affect the air pockets or anything on that.
It would not have.
I don't see that as being affecting anything because you're just adding the riser.
Right. And that would have been taking it out.
Yeah.
When the riser is connected then and the compressor is shut down at that point in time, because now it's one continuous airline,
Correct.
would then that have any effect on that pipeline integrity within, whatever's that integrity within that pipeline?
I don't know how they did it, so I really can't give you an answer for that. But what I'm understanding is that you have this pipe out, and then they remove they shut down the water, the air, and remove the habitat. Is that what you're
The
saying?
habitat
Yes.
was moved.
The evidence is this.
Yeah.
Is that the flange was fitted to the top of the riser.
Okay, now I understand.
Then the extension pipe was brought in through what I understand to be the stove, or put in so that it goes being above the water level, right? But it's all still within the chamber, right? And so this has been put in, bolted on to the flange, right? And then the hyperbaric chamber is removed. So in other words, all the time that this is being put on, again, as I understand the evidence, the pressure from the hyperbaric chamber remains.
Yeah.
It's only once the chamber is removed that you're taking the downward pressure that existed on the pipe away.
Yeah.
So as I understand the question, which I think is the same as what I was asking you before, is once you take away that PSI that's pressing down on the pipe.
But at the point in time that you're connecting the riser, my understanding, please, Mr. Chair, is at the point in time that the riser has been connected, the old section of what was there to the new section, right? Whether or not the hyperbaric chamber is there and present with the downward pressure, that pressure would no longer be applying to whatever's within that pipeline. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah. But the question here is, how was the flange put on by bolts?
Yes, it's bolted on.
So it was just bolt. It was here. You bolt it on, and then you remove everything.
Yes.
I don't see any effects of it, any further delta P taking place. I'm not seeing that. I don't know.
Well, I'm afraid you got me confused now because I thought we'd already agreed. I don't know how else to describe it. The position is simple. I thought relatively simple. Either I'm right or I'm wrong about it. If the pipe has got a PSI, let's say for the argument's sake 10 PSI pressing down on the inside of the pipe, it's open. Right? The pipe is open inside the hyperbaric chamber. The hyperbaric chamber is pressurized to, let's say, 10 psi. I don't think it's quite that much, but let's say it is for this argument's sake. It pushes all the water inside the hyperbaric chamber below the sea level, correct?
Yes, it will. It will.
I mean, seems to me pretty straightforward. Can I borrow your glass, please? Just to use this as an example. That's the pipe coming up. It's open at the top, right? They put a hyperbaric chamber on the top of it like this.
Correct.
Pressurize the inside of that hyperbaric chamber. And what happens is the water level, if the sea level is here, it stays there on the outside. But by pressurizing this, you're pushing the sea level on the inside down to here.
Correct.
All right? The consequences of that are that you can then operate inside a dry area.
Correct.
Right? If this pipe is connected, is on the inside, and you're adding now a piece to this pipe, it makes no difference. If you add a piece to that pipe, it stays within the hyperbaric chamber.
Correct.
Right? So long as it's above the water line, once you then remove the hyperbaric chamber, then if the sea level is below, it doesn't matter, does it? It's not going to, the water's not going to go inside the pipe. Do you follow? You've got this on the top.
And then
The sea level's here. Halfway down this glass, let's say, you put an extra piece of pipe on top of there so that it's above the sea level. That way, when you take this off, the water isn't going to go into the pipe.
I understand that.
Right. But you've got 10 psi pushing down on the inside of the pipe as well as on the inside of the hyperbaric chamber, haven't you?
Right.
That whatever fluid is inside the pipe has pushing down on it 10 psi or 7 or whatever it might be. I think it's 7. It's, I think, about 7. But anyway, the point is it's pushing down on that, isn't it? If you stop that force, downward force on the inside of the pipe, surely if there is a potential for delta P on the inside, that event, stopping the downward force, could cause it to occur. Sure.
Right, it would occur. Okay.
Yeah, so the minute you either depressurize this or take it off, the 7 psi that you've got pushing down on the fluid on the inside of that pipe stops. What do you think is likely to happen? You're pushing something down by 7 psi. You take your hands off it, it comes up, doesn't it?
Right. So what is the question?
So the question she was asking you is really whether or not this was had the effect. She was trying to suggest, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, but once you put this extra piece of pipe on and take the pipe off, it should make no difference. Take that habitat.
Oh, no.
It does make a difference.
It makes a difference.
Of course it makes a
no,
difference.
I understand that, yeah. Is that what you're asking?
Not quite, please.
Right, well, you put it the way you want to put it then, right? If I'm misrepresenting you, you get it.
At the time of the installation of the riser, the new section to the old section, what is essentially being created is one long pipe, one continuous pipe. That's my understanding.
Still under pressure.
Well, it can be under pressure or not, but it's a pressure that's outside of the pipe now. It's no longer, the pressure is no longer going onto the open of the pipe.
Oh,
So when it would have been
I
cut.
hadn't understood that they were sealing it at all. In fact, the problem, as I understood it, is that the new pipe that went on had a little bar across the top of it, and that was getting in the way of anybody getting in and out of the pipe.
To the very top. That's to the very top.
Look, in a way, it doesn't really matter, does it? I don't need to debate this with everybody.
Certainly.
I simply need to understand from the evidence, from you, sir, whichever way you do this, whether you take the hyperbaric chamber off first, whether you put a piece of pipe on first, I really don't care. I'm interested to know that once you stop the downward pressure of 7 psi on the inside of that pipe, once you stop doing that, will it change the dynamic of the inside of the pipe? The fluid that's in there. You're pressing down inside the pipe
and you remove
by
that?
7 psi.
Right.
And then you stop pressing down by 7 psi. What do you think will happen to the fluid that's in the pipe?
It's going to move.
It's going to move, isn't it? Yes.
And the air pockets.
It might go gurgle, 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 or
Yeah,
whatever it
yeah.
does, you know,
It
and then
will
the
move.
air comes out and the fluid goes down. Any number of things could happen, couldn't it? But it's not going to stay the same.
No.
Thank you. That's what I thought we'd agreed earlier on.
Yeah, but I just didn't understand.
No. Well, that's why I wanted to make sure I haven't misunderstood it either, because I don't want to go off on the wrong tangent. But that is the case, isn't it? If you remove that downward pressure on the inside of the pipe, it is going to have an effect. Whether it's a bad one or whatever, I don't know. But it's certainly going to have an effect, isn't it?
Yeah. I just don't understand your question about whether if you move the whole top, it will affect.
Understood. And I think that's the end of my question.
Excellent. We'll leave it there then. I'm sorry to have to ask you to come back tomorrow morning.
That's fine, sir.
Would you mind at 9:30, please?
That's fine. I'll be here.
When we'll hear questions from Mr. Peterson and then Ms. Nairi Alfonso, and then anything else that Mr. Maharaj might want to ask. But I would expect it to be done within the hour.
Mr. Chairman, may I please remind you?
Oh, you did say you wanted to ask questions.
Yes.
You're going to find out from your client whether you want to contradict anything he suggested.
Yes, definitely. And if there is no need to put any questions to the witness, rest assured I wouldn't be putting it.
No, I'm sure you won't. Right, lovely. Thank you very much indeed. Yes. Yeah, from the prosecutor, from the yes, you could go, sir. Thank you very much
Yes,
indeed. Come back tomorrow. Yes. Checklist and risk assessment for the other one, the previous job. What are we talking about?
That one we asked for the to work from the previous job in 2017.
Yes, permit to work. Mr. Peterson, there are a number of things that I think last week we left open for potential witnesses to obtain. You'll recall I asked Mr. Mushtaq Mohammed for a schedule.
I think I got all of those, sir. I think I got all of those. Possibly, I just got a message here. One may be outstanding, which may come within the hour or something.
I need trouble you no further. I'll find out what it is. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please feel free to go. I've got to grab my own papers, so thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for watching the Commission of Inquiry today. It's been quite an eventful proceedings. Today we've had perhaps one of the highest viewer ratings, and even more people are joining this the live and commenting because you actually have the ability to comment. So thanks once again. I apologize earlier on that I wasn't able to join at the start of the Commission of Inquiry, but I figured we didn't really miss much from the previous witnesses because they didn't really spend very long and they didn't really have much to add to the conversation. So we started when we needed to. So I suppose that worked out in some regard. So do join again tomorrow. This witness will be called again at 9:30 a.m. But again, do share the lives when they do come out. Put your comments. I do highlight them because it adds to the conversation and the experience in this live, okay? So take care, everyone. Have a good evening. All the best. God bless. Be safe. And we hope that we can get some justice for these families who have been through so much already. So thanks again for following and for taking part in the conversation. Take care. Bye-bye.